Hey, you're here. You've chosen to slow down, to rest, and to spend this quiet moment with something peaceful. Tonight, we'll journey through the story of Moses, a story of faith, courage, and hope. There's nothing you need to do now. Just breathe, get comfortable, and let the story carry you gently to sleep. Let's begin. Long ago, in the warm glow of Egypt's sunrise, a new people took root along the fertile banks of the Nile. The Israelites, once guests in this ancient land, had multiplied greatly, filling the fields and cities alike. Their children played under papyrus reeds, and their songs drifted through the evening air. Yet beneath the bustling markets and grand temples lay a shadow. Pharaoh, fearing their growing numbers, pressed them into heavy bondage. Each day, they labored under the unyielding sun, their backs bent in the fields, their hands chapped by the bricks they molded. Among them were mothers who whispered prayers at dawn, fathers who carried hope on weary shoulders, and children who learned early to bow their heads in quiet strength. In the midst of this hardship, a couple named Amram and Jochebed found grace to love new life. Jochebed, her heart soft with compassion, bore a son whose cries seemed to echo through the heavens. From the moment he came into the world, she sensed a special purpose for this child, a promise woven by the hand of God. Yet the edict of Pharaoh was clear. Every Hebrew boy that drew breath must be cast into the Nile. Fear trembled in Jochebed's chest, but love held her steady. With gentle arms, she wrapped her son in swaddling cloths, whispering a mother's lullaby that spoke of deliverance and peace. By nightfall, under a canopy of stars, Jochebed fashioned a basket of bulrushes. She sealed it with tar and pitch, creating a tiny ark for her precious son. With trembling hands, she placed him upon the quiet waters at the river's brim. Nearby, his sister Miriam stood watch, her small frame silhouetted against the moonlight. Miriam's eyes, bright and brave, scanned each ripple as her brother floated away. Though her heart ached, she trusted her mother's wisdom and waited in silence, ready to follow the basket wherever it might drift. At dawn, as the sky blushed pink, Pharaoh's daughter came to bathe in the river. She wandered along the water's edge, her thoughts wandering beyond the palace walls. Suddenly something small and fragile caught her eye, a basket drifting gently in the current. Curious, she reached for it and discovered a baby, crying softly yet calmly. Compassion filled her heart, and she knew this child was not meant for harm. His cries, though urgent, held a promise of life. She named him Moses, saying, "I drew him from the water." And so the child of the Hebrew people took his first breath under royal care. Miriam, quick of thought, offered to find a Hebrew nurse for the baby. Pharaoh's daughter agreed, and soon Jochebed herself was summoned to the palace. With quiet joy she received her son, feeding him at her breast and humming the same lullaby she first sang on the riverbank. Day after day, Jochebed tended Moses, teaching him the ancient words of their ancestors, the stories of promise and faith. Though he grew within the walls of Pharaoh's house, his heart belonged to his own people. As Moses flourished, the years wove themselves gently into his life. He learned the ways of royalty, the etiquette of dining halls, the grace of ceremony. But at every moment, his spirit was drawn toward the Hebrew slaves he saw in the fields. When he slipped from the palace gates, Moses beheld the narrow shoulders of his kinsmen, bent beneath heavy loads. Their eyes, deep with weariness, met his, and he felt a pang of compassion more powerful than any command from the court. Beneath his fine linen garments, his heart beat with the rhythms of his people's pain. One day, as he walked among the towering pillars of the temple courtyard, Moses heard a stifled cry. He turned to see an Egyptian taskmaster striking a Hebrew laborer. The scene, harsh and sudden, pierced Moses's core. Rage and sorrow mingled in his chest. Without hesitation, he intervened, driving the Egyptian away. A scuffle ensued, and in a moment of fierce protection, Moses struck a blow that ended the man's life. Silence fell like a shroud. The Hebrew slave bent to his wounds, pain mingling with awe in his eyes. Moses helped him to his feet, his hands trembling, and said softly, "No harm will come to you again." Then, as guilt and fear rose within him, he slipped away into the shadows. Word of Moses's deed reached the throne. Pharaoh's court buzzed with accusations. Moses, fearing for his life, fled beyond the desert sands. He traveled under a sky blazing with midday heat, then cooled only by the still desert air. Each footstep carried him farther from the palace, yet closer to his destiny. Stars replaced the glare of torches. Silence replaced the murmur of servants. At night he paused to rest among the dunes, his dreams filled with the faces of those he loved and those he protected. After many days, Moses came to the well of Midian. Shepherds from the region tended their flocks, and nearby 7 daughters of a local priest approached the water to draw. But other shepherds drove them away, jealously guarding the well. Compassion flared within Moses again. He rose, his robe swirling in the desert breeze, and stood between the women and their harsh rivals. In calm but firm words, he brokered peace, allowing the women to water their flock. Helen and Zipporah, the priest's daughters, thanked him profusely, their voices gentle echoes in the quiet desert. As the shepherds scattered, the family of Reuel, also called Jethro, welcomed Moses to their home. There, amid the cool shade of palm trees, Moses found rest. Around a simple meal, he shared his story, speaking of the Israelites and the life he left behind. Jethro's daughters listened with curiosity and respect, seeing in Moses not an escaped prince but a man of compassion and courage. In time, Moses married Zipporah, and together they made their home on the hills of Midian. Each morning, Moses led his father-in-law's flock to graze upon the sparse grasses. Though the work was humble, his heart found peace in the vast desert landscape. He learned the language of the wind, the stories hidden in the patterns of stones, and the music carried by distant birds at dawn. In this solitude, Moses' spirit grew in wisdom and understanding. He felt a presence guiding him, a gentle hand at the small of his back, a whisper in the rustle of the reeds. And so, under the eternal sky, Moses lived as a shepherd. His days passed in quiet rhythm, the soft bleating of sheep, the rustle of dry grass, the gentle warmth of the sun. Yet deep within him, a seed of destiny lay waiting to sprout. In the hush of each evening, as he gazed upon the horizon where sky met earth, he sensed that his journey was only beginning. For though he dwelt now in Midian, the cries of his people in Egypt still echoed in his heart, and a calling as old as time beckoned him toward a future shaped by faith, courage, and the promise of deliverance. Day after day, Moses rose before the pale light of dawn to tend the flocks of Jethro. The desert air was crisp, carrying with it faint echoes of the world he had left behind. He moved steadily among the sheep, his staff in hand, his eyes scanning the undulating dunes for wayward lambs. In the hush before sunrise, he listened to the soft rustle of grasses and the gentle murmur of running water. Each morning he found comfort in the simplicity of his tasks, gathering the flock, guiding them to fresh pastures, and drinking from cool springs, hidden among rocky outcroppings. Despite the peace of his new life, Moses' heart remained restless. Memories of Egypt drifted through his mind like distant mirages. The grandeur of Pharaoh's palace, the cries of Hebrew slaves, the taste of freedom lost. In the solitude of the wilderness, these memories grew vivid. He saw again the narrow streets of the Hebrew quarter, the faces of women and children bent beneath burdens too heavy to bear. He felt their pain as if it were his own and wondered why God had chosen to place him far from their suffering. At Jethro's hearth each evening, Moses shared simple meals of bread and goat's milk with Zipporah and their sons. In his wife's gentle smile and the bright laughter of his children, he found warmth and solace. Zipporah would lay her hand upon his arm and speak of the kindness shown to them by her father. She reminded him that in Midian they were safe, surrounded by people who cared for their family. Yet even her words could not still the persistent calling that tugged at his soul. One afternoon, as the sun hovered high and the air shimmered in ripples of heat, Moses led the flock to the eastern edge of the wilderness. There, a golden haze enveloped a lonely hill, its rocky slopes scarred by centuries of wind and sun. The sheep clustered beneath a solitary acacia tree, seeking shade beneath its gnarled branches. Moses guided them carefully, his staff tapping the ground in measured rhythm. But as he drew near the small hill, he noticed something unusual, a flicker of flame dancing among the boulders, yet the rocks themselves remained unscorched. Curiosity stirred within him. He bade the shepherds serving under him to mind the flock and stepped closer to the strange blaze. The heat was gentle, like the warmth of a mother's hand, yet the light was bright and alive. As he approached, Moses felt an indescribable hush descend upon the wilderness, as though he stood at the threshold of a sacred mystery. The flame burned steadily within a bush of thorny branches, but it did not consume the leaves or the wood. Instead, it glowed with a steady brilliance, warm and inviting. Moses' breathing slowed. He removed his sandals, remembering a promise whispered through his ancestors. "Put off your sandals, for the place on which you stand is holy ground." The desert around him faded into stillness. Only the soft crackle of the fire and the steady beating of his heart remained. With cautious reverence, Moses drew nearer, his eyes fixed on the living blaze. Out of the fire came a voice, both gentle and authoritative. "Moses, Moses." Moses trembled. "Here I am," he answered, his voice a whisper, carried away by the wind. Fire flickered, yet the bush stood unharmed. "Do not come any closer," the voice continued. "Take off your sandals, for the ground on which you stand is holy." Again, Moses obeyed, laying aside the rough leather that had carried him through desert sands. He knelt before the bush, awe and humility filling his spirit. "I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob," the voice declared. Moses bowed his head to the earth, understanding that he stood face to face with the Almighty. His heart pounded with wonder. All that he had known, the comfort of Midian, the hardships of Egypt, paled in the presence of this divine encounter. God spoke again, words laden with promise and weighty with purpose. "I have seen the affliction of my people in Egypt and have heard their cries because of their taskmasters. I know their suffering and have come down to deliver them. Now, go, and I will send you to Pharaoh to bring my people, the Israelites, out of Egypt." Moses' mind reeled. He thought of the Hebrew slaves bent beneath heavy burdens, of mothers mourning lost children, of fathers beaten without cause. He thought of his own life in the palace, of his flight into exile. And now God was calling him to return. Moses rose slowly, his knees weak. "Who am I," he murmured, "that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the children of Israel out of Egypt?" His words trembled like dust in the desert wind. The voice of God answered calmly, "Certainly I will be with you, and this shall be a sign to you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you shall serve God on this mountain." He paused, as though allowing Moses' heart to absorb the promise. Then, in a deeper voice, the Lord continued, "I am who I am. Say this to the children of Israel. I am has sent me to you." Moses listened, entranced. The name I am echoed within him, resonating like an ancient song etched into his soul. He felt a surge of courage mingle with his trembling fear. Yet, as quickly as the promise came, questions rose within him. What if they do not believe me, or listen to my voice? Moses asked, his voice barely above a whisper. What shall I say to them? The flame remained still, the voice steady. What is that in your hand? Moses looked down at his shepherd's staff. He lifted it, feeling its worn wood smooth beneath his fingers. A staff, he replied. Throw it on the ground. Obediently Moses cast the staff onto the earth. Immediately it became a serpent, writhing on the sand. Moses recoiled, his heart pounding in his ears. But the Lord said, "Reach out your hand and take it by the tail." And when he did, it turned again into a staff. "Thus they will believe that the Lord appeared to you," God said. Then he gave a second sign. "Put your hand inside your cloak." Moses obeyed. When he withdrew his hand, it was leprous, white as snow. At God's command, he placed it back within his cloak, and then it was restored to health. These signs, the Lord explained, will convince the people. Yet if they still do not believe, take water from the Nile and pour it on the dry ground. It will become blood. Moses swallowed, daunted by the magnitude of these tasks. "Oh, my Lord," he pleaded, "I am not eloquent. I am slow of speech and slow of tongue." The voice of God was patient and reassuring. "Who has made man's mouth? Who makes him mute or deaf or seeing or blind? Is it not I, the Lord? Now therefore go, and I will be with your mouth and teach you what you shall say." Still, Moses hesitated. The uncertainty of his own voice, the fear of rejection, these weighed heavily upon him. Finally, in an act of quiet surrender, Moses bowed deeply and said, "Please, send someone else." Silence fell over the holy hill. Moses' words hung in the desert air, fragile as a whisper. The bush crackled softly, yet the flame did not fade. Then, with the authority of the ages, the Lord spoke. "What you have asked is hard for you to grasp. But Aaron, your brother, the Levite, is coming to meet you. You shall tell him what to say, and I will help you both speak and will teach you what do. Take in your hand this staff, with which you shall perform the signs." In that moment, Moses understood. He would not go alone. God's promise included his brother, and through Aaron's voice, the message would be carried. Moses stood in the hush of the desert, heart aflame with a mixture of awe, fear, and resolve. The flaming bush still burned before him, a testament to the unquenchable presence of God. The ground beneath his feet felt consecrated, as if every grain of sand bore witness to this divine encounter. Slowly, he lifted his eyes to the horizon, where the sun dipped low, painting the sky with streaks of lavender and rose. As he descended the hill, sandals once more upon his feet, Moses carried within him a new purpose. He would return to Egypt, not as a frightened fugitive, but as the messenger of the God of his fathers. He would speak boldly before Pharaoh, demanding freedom for his people. Though doubt still lingered, He trusted in the promises he had heard, and in the signs he now bore. That evening, he returned to Jethro's beneath a tapestry of stars. Zipporah ran to him, her face alight with concern. "Moses, where have you been?" she cried. He knelt and embraced his sons, their small hands clutching his robe. Then, with a voice steady and calm, he recounted all that had happened: the burning bush, the voice that spoke his name, the signs he would carry. Zipporah listened, her eyes wide with wonder, and the children clung to him, sensing that something profound had shifted in their father. Jethro, seated by the crackling fire, folded his hands and regarded Moses with thoughtful eyes. When the story ended, silence reigned for a moment longer. Then Jethro spoke words of blessing. "Go with the strength of the God of your ancestors. May his presence accompany you, and may his promise be fulfilled through your obedience." That night, Moses lay beneath the desert sky, its vastness mirrored by the promise that filled his heart. The stars glimmered like countless witnesses, and the cool breeze whispered through the tent flaps. Though uncertainty remained, a deep peace settled upon him. At last the call he had felt for so long had been answered, and the journey toward deliverance was underway. Moses awoke before dawn, the vast desert sky still dark above the camp of Midian. In the dim light he rose from the ground, the warmth of the night's embers fading with the chill of morning air. Zipporah and their sons still slept, nestled in the shelter of the tent's woven flaps. Gently, Moses gathered his staff and the simple provisions he had prepared the evening before: a small loaf of coarse bread, a water skin, and a few figs for sustenance on the journey. He paused for a moment, breathing deeply of the cool air, recalling the promise made on the holy hill and the burning bush that had changed his life forever. With each step he took beyond the campfires of Jethro's household, the ground beneath his sandals felt sacred, a living testament to God's presence. Shadows stretched long across the desert floor as he made his way to rouse his family. In quiet whispers he bestowed blessings upon Zipporah and their sons. "May the Lord guide your steps and keep you safe." She stirred at his touch, opening her eyes to see the soft glow of the first stars fading into morning. Zipporah rose, gathering their children into her arms, her gaze steady with love and unspoken understanding of the journey ahead. Together they set out under a sky brushed with pale pink. The air smelled of dry earth and distant incense carried on the wind from temples far to the east. Moses led his small caravan down the sandy path that wound through the rocky hills of Midian. As they walked, he spoke softly to his sons about the God of their fathers, of Abraham who had believed against hope, of Isaac who had carried the promise through times of trial, and of Jacob who had wrestled with angels and prevailed. The children listened with wide eyes, clutching their mother's hand, captivated by tales of faith and promise. The first day's journey brought them to a high plateau where a lone fig tree cast slender shadows across the sun-baked ground. There, Moses paused to water the flock of flocks, that humble flock of his father-in-law, and to feed his own family. Zipporah laid a blanket upon a smooth rock and arranged their simple meal. The afternoon sun glowed soft and golden as if blessing their departure. Moses knelt in prayer, giving thanks for provision and protection. And in the quiet that followed, he heard again the echo of that ancient voice: "Go in peace, for I am with you." On the second morning they descended into a valley where rugged cliffs rose like silent sentinels. The path led beside a narrow creek where reeds grew thick and the air was cooler. Here, the children splashed their bare feet in the water, giggling as the current tickled their toes. Zipporah gathered fresh clay from the creek bed to cook their bread, shaping loaves by hand and pressing them upon flat stones warmed by sunlight. Moses stood watch, his staff planted firmly in the earth, his eyes fixed upon the horizon. Each hill they descended and each rise they climbed felt like another step toward a destiny that lay beyond the edge of sight. By the third evening the family reached the border of the wilderness of Paran. The sun dipped low, staining the sky with shades of rose and lavender. Moses set camp beside a clear spring that gushed from the foot of a rocky knoll. Elephants of spray glimmered when the last light struck. As Zipporah and the children made their supper, Moses retrieved his cloak and sat upon a boulder overlooking the spring. He thought of Egypt, the land of his birth now distant yet ever present in his mind. Pharaoh's palaces, with their marble pillars and sculpted reliefs, seemed as remote as the stars that now began to appear. Yet the memory of his people's suffering remained vivid. The crack of whips, the grinding of stones, the quiet lullabies mothers sang in the night to soothe their hungry children. Under the flicker of lamp oil in the tent, Moses prepared for what lay ahead. He remembered the Lord's words. "Go to the elders of Israel and say to them, 'The Lord, the God of your fathers, appeared to me and said, I have watched over you and have seen what is done to you in Egypt. I will bring you up out of the affliction of Egypt, into the land of the Canaanites.'" These words breathed life into his spirit, forging courage where fear had lingered. He rolled the protective cloth around his staff, his hands steady with resolve. Tomorrow he would meet Aaron, his brother, and together they would stand before the elders of Israel, bearing the signs God had given. At dawn on the fourth day, Moses awakened Zipporah and the children. Though their steps were slow with sleep, their eyes sparkled with curiosity. Early travelers, caravan merchants, and wandering shepherds passed them on the road. Some offering greetings, others simply nodding in respectful silence. When they spoke of Moses and his family heading toward the land of Goshen, a hush would sometimes fall upon the passerby, as though God's whisper had traveled across the sands. By late morning the road climbed toward a ridge from which the fertile Nile delta lay spread like a green tapestry. In the distance, slender palm trees marked the edges of fertile fields. Moses pointed to the horizon and said, "Behold, the land our people call Goshen, where the herds roam and the soil yields plentiful." The children pressed their faces to the edge of Zipporah's cloak, gazing at the distant fields, their imaginations weaving tales of fields of grain billowing like seas of gold. They descended toward a cluster of huts where Hebrew nomads dwelt. Here, Moses paused to speak with elders who tended their own flocks. At his greeting, they recognized the son of Amram and Jochebed, though he was now taller and clad in shepherd's garb. With bowed heads and reverent tones, they welcomed him, for God's name was upon him. They offered water for his family and a place to rest their heads, and Moses accepted with grateful heart. Around a fire under swaying date palms, he recounted his encounter at the burning bush and the commission entrusted to him. The elders listened with solemn eyes, their weathered faces reflecting hope. That night, an elder named Hur laid hands upon Moses' shoulder and prayed, "May the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob strengthen you. May he grant your voice the power to speak truth, and may his mighty arm bring our people forth." Moses felt peace settle upon him, as though the prayer itself was a cloak of reassurance. When he returned to his tent, he found Zipporah already asleep, her breath even and calm. He kissed the brow of each sleeping child and whispered a prayer of thanks for his family's safety. On the fifth morning, Moses resumed the journey with renewed vigor. The road led through marshy fields where reeds waved in the soft breeze, home to waterfowl and shy creatures of the Nile. He paused often to collect watercress and edible shoots for his children, explaining their names in Hebrew as they trotted beside him. In these moments the journey felt less like a mission and more like a pilgrimage, a sacred passage guided by unseen hands. When afternoon sun became high, They came upon a rocky escarpment overlooking the green expanse of Goshen. Here Moses stood with Zipporah and their sons, the wind tugging at his cloak. Beyond lay orchards of sycamore and vine-laden groves. Smoke rose from distant baking ovens, and the faint hum of Hebrew song drifted across the fields. Moses bowed his head and gave thanks for deliverance, for family, and for the promise that lay ahead. Proceeding along a narrow trail, they entered Goshen proper, a place of modest mud-brick dwellings, of plowed fields and grazing cattle. The Israelites here worked the land under the taskmasters of Egypt, but retained their language, customs, and devotion to the God of their fathers. At sight of Moses, many paused. Some wept with joy. Others fell to their knees in recognition of the one chosen to rescue them. Moses greeted each with a gentle touch and soft words, "Peace be with you. The Lord has sent me to set you free." Their eyes shone with hope, as if the sun itself had dawned anew. In Goshen's largest dwelling, an adobe house belonging to an elder named Bezalel, Moses found Aaron waiting. The two brothers embraced beneath the shade of a fig tree, the ground soft with fallen leaves. Aaron's eyes brimmed with tears as he spoke. "Brother, the people have waited for you. They have heard rumors of your coming and have fasted in prayer." Moses laid a hand upon Aaron's cheek, marveling at the grace that allowed him to stand here, not as a fugitive, but as a deliverer. He recounted God's instructions, how the staff would become a serpent, how Aaron would speak the words he could not speak on his own. Aaron nodded, drawing forth the staff Moses had given him. In a quiet courtyard, before a gathering of elders and townsfolk, Moses and Aaron demonstrated the first sign. Moses threw the staff upon the ground. It writhed into a serpent, its scales flickering in the sun. The crowd gasped and drew back, fear mingling with awe. Aaron advanced, reaching out as the Lord had commanded, and the serpent became a staff once more. A wave of reverent murmur passed through the assembly. Then Aaron placed his hand within his cloak and drew it forth, leprous as snow. Again, at Moses' command, the hand returned, restored and whole. The people wept aloud, falling to their knees before their intercessors. "Surely," they cried, "the Lord has looked upon our affliction and has remembered his covenant." Their voices rose in a chorus of gratitude, their songs carrying across the fields like gentle breeze. That night, the elders of Israel gathered around a fire ablaze with hornbeam logs. Moses and Aaron sat among them, their faces illuminated by flickering flames. They spoke of deliverance, of the plagues that would come upon Egypt, and of the promise of freedom. "Prepare," Moses urged, "for the Lord will bring judgments upon Pharaoh's house. Yet he will pass over our homes, his blood upon our doorposts, shielding us from the destroyer." The elders listened, weighing each word, their hearts swelling with anticipation and trust. Zipporah, seated beside her sons, held their hands and told them the story in their own words. She spoke of the burning bush and the voice that had called Moses, of the journey through wilderness, and of the signs that had convinced the people. The children's eyes grew heavy with sleep, yet they clung to her voice, comforted by the cadence and the warmth of her tone. Moses rose at last, and led his family to their tent. Beneath the canvas, he knelt in silent communion with God. His heart surged with both humility and resolve. The first stage of his journey had ended. He had returned to his people, borne the signs of God, and stoked the embers of hope within their hearts. Ahead lay greater trials, the plagues of Egypt, the crossing of the Red Sea, the wandering in the wilderness. But in this quiet moment, peace enveloped him like a gentle cloak. He lay down, the soft desert breeze slipping through the tent flaps, carrying the distant song of Israel's promise. Sleep came swiftly, weaving dreams of liberation, of fields of freedom, and of a people redeemed by a mighty hand. And as he slumbered, the God who had called him remained ever near, guiding each breath, each step, and each unfolding chapter of the Exodus journey. The night's hush lingered like a soft blanket over the Israelite camp, as Moses awakened before the pale light of dawn. The embers of the fire still glowed faintly, casting trembling shadows upon the faces of the elders who had slept beneath the open sky. Zipporah stirred gently beside their sons, her hand resting on Moses's until she sensed his rising. Warmth and love passed between them in a single breath, and Moses gathered his cloak and staff, offering a quiet prayer of thanks before stepping into the cool morning air. As he moved among the tents, he found Aaron kneeling beside a small table, upon which lay scrolls of parchment inscribed with the words, "The Lord had spoken." The flicker of the embers illuminated the careful strokes of ink, each letter a promise of deliverance. Moses took up the scrolls, reading aloud in a voice soft yet clear. "On the 10th day of this month, each household shall take a lamb without blemish, and they shall keep it until the 14th day. Then they shall sacrifice it at twilight." His words drifted through the camp like a gentle breeze, stirring hearts that had waited long for freedom. By the first light of morning, the elders and families gathered in small circles. Moses and Aaron moved from one group to the next, explaining each instruction with tenderness. He spoke of the lamb's blood, how it must be applied to the doorposts and lintel of every home. "For when the Lord passes through to strike the Egyptians," Moses whispered, "he will see the blood upon your houses, and pass over you, sparing you from the destroyer." Faces glowed with gratitude and awe, and men dipped their fingers into small basins of crimson liquid, tracing careful strokes upon the wood as their wives and children watched in silent reverence. Meanwhile, young boys and girls scurried to and fro between tents, carrying jugs of water and trays of herbs. The scent of hyssop and bitter greens mingled in the air, a fragrant reminder of both hardship and hope. Zipporah guided her sons as they helped gather bundles of firewood and fresh dates for the meal. "Remember," she told them softly, "this is not merely bread and lamb. It is the taste of our deliverance." The children nodded solemnly, their eyes wide with wonder at the meaning woven into each simple ingredient. As the sun climbed higher, the camp buzzed with focused activity. Women cleaned their homes from within, sweeping away the ashes of old offerings and removing every crumb of leavened bread. For 7 days, Moses had instructed, "You shall eat unleavened bread, for in haste you came out of Egypt." Each broomstroke and each careful wipe of a cloth carried the weight of centuries, an echo of the hurried departure so long ago. And as they worked, the people sang softly, their voices rising in gentle harmony, a lullaby of remembrance and faith. At midday, Moses called the families together once more by the central fire. He stood before them, his staff planted firmly in the earth, and spoke of a final instruction. "You shall eat the flesh that night roasted on the fire, and you shall eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. You shall not leave any of it until the morning. And whatever remains until morning you shall burn." His eyes swept across the circle of faces, some weathered by years of toil, others etched with the innocence of childhood, and he paused, letting the significance settle like soft dust upon their hearts. As shadows lengthened, the lambs were led forth. Their coats were white as wool, shining in the slanting light as if touched by the very radiance of heaven. Fathers and sons held the animals gently, their hands trembling with a mixture of reverence and sorrow. Each family knelt in turn, uttering a prayer of dedication before drawing the dagger with a steady hand. The hush that fell was as still as a midnight breeze, broken only by the gentle bleat of the lamb and the heartbeat of each worshipper. When the sacrifice was complete, the elders collected the blood in carved bowls, and mothers guided their daughters to dip sprigs of hyssop, painting each stroke upon the doorframes and lintels. Night descended in a canopy of stars as all prepared for the Passover meal. Fires crackled in bronze braziers, and the aroma of roasting lamb mingled with the sweetness of freshly baked unleavened bread. Children gathered at their parents' sides, their eyes reflecting the dancing flames. Moses stood with Aaron beside the largest fire, the heat playing across their faces as they spoke in hushed tones of the night's purpose. "This night shall be a memorial to you," Moses reminded them, his voice soft yet insistent, "throughout your generations. You shall observe it as a feast to the Lord." When the meal was served, families sat in quiet rows upon cushions of woven reeds. The lamb's tender flesh glowed amber in the firelight, and the bread was warm and fragrant. Bitter greens, lettuce, endives, and other wild herbs were placed upon each mat. Moses lifted the first cup of wine, his hand trembling slightly as he offered a blessing. "Blessed are you, Lord our God, King of the universe, who brings forth bread from the earth." Silence followed, profound and sacred, as the people lifted their cups in reverence. One by one they ate of the lamb and dipped the bread into the wine, pressing a leaf of hyssop to their lips as the memory of centuries past filled their souls. In the gentle glow of the embers, mothers told stories of ancestral night watches, of Abraham's journey under the stars, of Jacob's dream of stairways reaching heaven, of the provision of manna in the wilderness. Each tale wove threads of faith into the tapestry of the present night, binding each heart to the promise of deliverance. Outside the camp, beyond the circle of lights, the Egyptian villages lay in unwitting peace. Farmers tended cattle, merchants closed their stalls, and children chased fireflies in the cooling air. Unaware of the divine plan unfolding beyond their borders, they prepared for the night's rest, trusting in the stability of their world. But within the homes of Israel, a different anticipation filled the air. As the meal concluded, parents gathered their children close and spoke of the coming of the angel of death. "When you see the blood," they explained softly, "the Lord will pass over you." The children's eyes shone with both fear and wonder. Zipporah drew her boys close, brushing a strand of hair from their foreheads. "Remember this night," she whispered. "In the years to come, our children's children will ask, 'What does this mean?' And you will tell them of the God who rescued us with a mighty hand." By midnight, a deep stillness had settled upon Goshen. The fires died down to glowing embers, and the camp sank into prayerful vigil. Moses and Aaron walked between the tents, pausing to pray at each doorway, offering words of comfort and assurance. "Sleep in peace," Moses murmured, "for the Lord watches over his own." And as he spoke, he felt the weight of God's presence upon him, a warmth that banished all fear and filled him with unshakable trust. At the final stroke of the midnight hour, a hush fell over all of Egypt. A great cry arose, swift and dreadful as the water of every stream. Every cistern, every jar in every household turned to blood. The fish floated lifeless, and the rivers ran crimson under the moonlight. The stench of decay rose upon the night air, and panic seized the hearts of Egyptians as they tasted the bitter flood. Yet in the homes of Israel, where blood adorned the doorposts, not a drop of harm fell. Inside, children slept undisturbed, and parents kept watch with peaceful hearts, knowing they were hidden beneath the wings of divine mercy. When dawn broke, the news spread like wildfire. Pharaoh's heralds rushed from village to village, banging on doors demanding fresh water. But wherever they came, the water ran red and foul. "The gods themselves have turned against us," cried the people. Their fear turned to anger, and they stormed the palace in frantic accusation. Pharaoh awoke to the tumult, his dreams of defiance overlaid with dread. He summoned his magicians and wise men, yet none could reverse the plague. In the courtyard of his palace, Pharaoh stood among his advisors, his face pale in the morning light. He sent for Moses and Aaron, his voice trembling as he bade them approach. Clad in white linen, their staffs in hand, the brothers entered the hall with solemn grace. Moses met Pharaoh's gaze, his own calm and unwavering. "Thus says the Lord, the God of the Hebrews," he began in a voice as gentle as desert breeze. "Let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness." Pharaoh's heart hardened. "Who is the Lord," he challenged, "that I should hearken to his voice? I know not the Lord, nor will I let Israel go." At these words, Moses turned and began to speak of the deliverance yet to come. The plagues that would befall Egypt, the Passover that would spare the Israelites, and the final exodus when they would depart with great possessions. Yet with each mention of Yahweh's name, Pharaoh's resolve grew more rigid. The courtiers whispered among themselves, fearful of provoking the mighty God of the Hebrews but bound by loyalty to their king. As Moses and Aaron departed, the sun climbed higher, illuminating the red-stained waters of the palace gardens. But within Goshen, the Israelite camp buzzed with hope and preparation. Mothers harvested branches of hyssop to cleanse their homes. Fathers readied provisions for the journey, and the children, stirring awake, listened eagerly as their parents recounted the night's wonders. And so the first of the plagues passed, leaving behind a crimson memory that would linger in every household. Yet the spirit of Israel burned brighter than ever. In the quiet of their tents, they packed belongings, gathering unleavened dough for the road, and secured their doorposts with the blood of sacrifice. They sang softly of liberation, their voices rising across the fields like a whisper of wings. For they knew that each trial brought them closer to the promise, a land flowing with milk and honey, a freedom wrought by the hand of the living God. As evening shadows lengthened once more, Moses stood upon a rise overlooking Goshen. The wind carried the distant sound of Hebrew song, the music of a people awakening to hope. He lifted his staff, the same staff that had stood against Pharaoh's might and had carried the promise of deliverance. In its worn wood he felt the presence of God, steady as the stars above. And as the sun dipped beyond the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Moses whispered, "Onward, O children of Israel. Your journey continues. The Lord is with us." With that he turned toward the tents where Zipporah and their sons awaited him. He gathered his family close, his voice soft and sure. "Rest now, for tomorrow we rise to face the dawn of freedom." And in the quiet that followed, beneath a canopy of eternal stars, all of Israel settled into sleep, cradled by the promise of salvation, and comforted by the knowledge that their God watched over them, guiding each breath, each step, and each unfolding moment on the path to liberation. As dawn's gentle light crept across the land of Goshen, the Israelite camp stirred with renewed hope. The memory of the Lord's deliverance in the stroke of midnight still shimmered in every heart, like embers glowing softly after a fire. Moses walked among the tents, greeting families as they emerged to face a new day. Children stretched and yawned, their eyes bright with anticipation, while mothers prepared simple porridge and fresh water. Fathers spoke quietly of Pharaoh's stunned reaction and the promise that more wonders would follow. Yet beneath these whispers lay a common thread: trust in the God who had shown his power over life and death. Moses paused beside Zipporah's tent. She stood with their sons, gathering figs and dates for the day's journey. Sunlight filtered through the woven canvas, painting golden patterns on the earth at her feet. Moses rested his hand on Zipporah's shoulder. "The time has come," he said softly. "We will go again before Pharaoh, as the Lord has commanded, and new signs will be given, to remind him that the God of Israel reigns." Zipporah nodded, her eyes serene and steadfast. She offered a gentle smile. "I will pray for your words," she whispered. "May the Spirit guide your voice." Leaving his family in the care of Jethro's kin, Moses set out toward Memphis, the royal city of Egypt. The road lay beneath a sky brushed in pastel hues, cool breezes carrying faint scents of date palms and tilled earth. As he walked, memories flickered through his mind. The hush of the burning bush, the taste of freedom's promise, the tears of relief when the Passover blood sheltered his people. Yet now the journey would press him into the heart of power once more, where Pharaoh's will was as hard as garnet. Reaching the palace gates, Moses and Aaron were ushered into the grand courtyard, its marshaled columns gleaming in the morning sun. Soldiers and officials bowed as they passed, their expressions guarded. When they entered Pharaoh's audience chamber, a hush fell. The king sat upon his raised dais, garments of fine linen shimmering, a crown of gold upon his brow. Yet his eyes were shadowed with unease. For the first plague had shaken even his toughest counselors. Moses stepped forward, staff in hand. His voice, calm yet unwavering, filled the echoing hall. "Thus says the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, let my people go that they may serve me in the wilderness. For if you refuse, a second plague will come upon your land. The waters of the Nile and all water in Egypt shall teem with frogs." At these words, a ripple of whispered fear coursed through the assembly. Pharaoh's jaw tightened. "The Nile is mine to command," he retorted, his voice a low rumble. "I will not bow to a foreign god." With a curt gesture, he dismissed Moses and Aaron, bidding them leave. Outside the palace, Moses raised his staff toward the river. Aaron stretched out his hand, as the Lord had instructed. Immediately a strange, croaking chorus arose beneath the water. From the depths of the Nile, frogs sprang forth by the thousands, green, sleek, and urgent. They climbed the riverbanks, hopped across the shores, and poured into the fields, their webbed feet splashing in the shallows. Within moments, the land quivered with life. Frogs leaped into grain bins, up the steps of dwellings, and into courtyards, their calls echoing like an orchestral swell. Pharaoh's people watched in horror as their familiar river transformed into a seething carpet of amphibians. In Goshen, by contrast, the water remained clear, the riverbanks calm. Israelites drew water without fear and watched curiously from their huts as the distant croaks carried on the wind. Young girls pointed and giggled at frogs hopping past their feet, while mothers shook their heads in quiet gratitude. "The Lord has shown favor to his own," they murmured, gathering the creatures to relocate them downstream. Back in the palace district, cries of anguish rose as frogs invaded every corner of the city. They emerged from the palace kitchens, dripping onto polished floors. They clambered over bathers. As they soaked, they nestled among beds and up the silk drapes of the chambers. Captains of the guards stamped and swore, trying to shoo them away, but the frogs multiplied with each attempt. The magicians of Egypt sought to match the sign with their secret arts, but their efforts only brought more frogs. Confounded, they admitted to Pharaoh, "This is the finger of God." Yet Pharaoh's heart remained unmoved, his pride resisting obedience. That eve, Moses returned to the palace for a final word. Once more he called out, If you will not let my people go, tomorrow I will remove the frogs from you and your houses, your servants, and your people, and they shall remain only in the Nile." Pharaoh's face contorted with anger and relief. At the thought of frogs piling in the river, he commanded, "Be gone. Pray to your God, that he may take away the frogs from me and my people. Then I will let the people go, that they may sacrifice to the Lord." Moses bowed and departed. The next day, Moses and Aaron stood once more at the water's edge. Aaron struck the river with his staff, and the frogs began to die, their bodies floating and washing ashore. The air grew thick with the stench of decay, a pungent reminder of Egypt's stubbornness. People from all walks of life, nobles, scribes, and laborers, gathered to avoid the foul banks. Yet as the creatures vanished, Pharaoh's fear subsided, and he hardened his heart once more. He sent word that the people could not leave. "The sacrifice must wait," he declared. "Return to your tents." Moses lifted his weary eyes to the sky. Anguish mingled with resolve in his heart. He turned away from Memphis and journeyed back to Goshen, even as the toll of the second plague weighed heavily on Egypt. Mothers held their children close, shielding them from the stench, but in Goshen children laughed at the distant tale, and women thanked God for protection. In the quiet of his tent that night, Moses knelt in prayer. The starlit desert sang its ancient hymn, the rustle of grasses, the low cry of desert owls, the sigh of wind through rocky canyons. He asked for guidance and strength, knowing that the trials would grow more fierce. And as the stars wheeled overhead, a gentle peace settled upon him, reminding him that he did not walk this path alone. Early the next morning, Moses approached Pharaoh a third time. The audience chamber lay silent, its gilded walls still echoing with the frogs' final croaks. With measured calm, Moses spoke. "Thus says the Lord, if you refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow I will bring lice upon you and your people, and into your houses. The dust of the earth shall become lice throughout all the land of Egypt." Pharaoh's face turned pale. Lice, tiny and relentless, would invade every garment, every bed, every fold of cloth. He shook his head. "Go from me," he commanded quietly. "Only this once." But as the words left his lips, his eyes flickered with vain hope that perhaps this plague too could pass. Moses and Aaron withdrew, and Moses raised his staff over the dust of the Nile's shore. The wind sent motes of earth swirling into the air. In an instant the dust turned alive with countless lice, so small they shimmered in the sunlight like motes of gold, yet so numerous they blanketed every surface. Egyptians slapped at their bodies, tore at their hair, and stumbled through the streets in frantic misery. Magicians tried to replicate the plague, but found their hands covered in lice. They knelt before Pharaoh, admitting at last that this is the finger of God. Pharaoh's heart quailed for a moment. Then, stubborn and prideful, he refused to relent. That evening, Moses returned, weary but unwavering. "If you refuse again, tomorrow I will send swarms of flies upon you, and your people, and into your houses." Pharaoh's voice cracked. "Go and sacrifice to your God within the land, but do not go very far. Only pray for me." Moses looked past Pharaoh's throne, past the appointed guards, to the shadow of impending judgment. "Fine," he replied. "But tomorrow the Lord will show his power." And with that he departed the palace one final time that day. Moses retraced the road to Goshen under a sky of bruised purple, the wind carrying distant cries of Egyptian suffering. As he neared the Israelite camp, he was greeted by Zipporah's embrace. Her eyes, though filled with concern for his safety, shone with pride. She guided him into their tent where their sons lay wide-eyed at the sound of their father's arrival. Zipporah offered bread and water, and Moses ate in silence, gathering his strength for what lay ahead. Under the vast desert sky that night, Moses and Aaron met with the elders of Israel around the central fire. The flicker of flames illuminated faces both weary and hopeful. Moses recounted each encounter with Pharaoh and the plagues unleashed upon Egypt. Aaron demonstrated the staff's transformation, and the elders nodded, their eyes reflecting both fear for the trials yet to come and unshakable faith in the God who had delivered them thus far. Zipporah and the women prepared beds of fresh reeds and layers of cloth within each tent, sealing seams and doorways with careful hands to keep out the swarms that would soon arrive. Mothers gathered their children close, singing soft lullabies that carried the story of the burning bush and the promise of freedom. The night air was heavy with anticipation, both the dread of coming judgment and the comfort of divine protection. As sleep claimed his weary limbs, Moses dreamed of the plagues yet to follow: thundering hail upon unprotected fields, darkness that could be felt, and the final most dreadful judgment. Yet beneath the fear lay a deeper confidence that each trial would break Pharaoh's heart, opening the gates of freedom for the children of Israel. And in that quiet moment between waking and dreaming, he sensed the steady presence of the feeling, so it am ever near, ever guiding, ever faithful. Moses rose before the first light of dawn, his heart both heavy and resolute. The echoes of past plagues still lingered in the desert air, and yet a deeper trial awaited. He gathered his staff and cloak, offering a whispered prayer for strength. Around him the camp of Israel stirred. Zipporah prepared their sons for the day, and Jethro's kin moved among the flocks, tending to sheep and goats. But Moses' path led away from the familiar folds of Midian's fields, toward the seat of power in Egypt once more. He journeyed across the rolling sands, the sky pale lavender at the horizon. As he neared the city of Memphis, the dust of the road settled upon his sandals, a constant reminder of the narrow road he walked between faith and fear. When he arrived at the palace gates, soldiers recognized him and parted, their faces a mixture of reverence and unease. Through marbled halls he strode, staff in hand, until he stood once again before Pharaoh's raised platform. With calm determination, Moses spoke. "Thus says the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, behold, the hand of the Lord is upon your livestock in the field, on the horses, the donkeys, the camels, the cattle, and the sheep and goats. A very severe pestilence shall sweep through all your livestock, and they shall die." His voice carried the weight of divine authority, echoing against polished walls. Pharaoh's brow creased. He glanced at his courtiers, seeking reassurance, but found only uncertainty in their eyes. "Bring your cattle and your livestock inside," Moses continued. "But you shall not let a hoof remain outside. Whatever is left in the field shall die." Pharaoh's face darkened with anger and disbelief. "How dare you speak of plagues upon my herds?" he thundered. "My livestock are the pride of Egypt, blessed by our gods themselves." With a dismissive wave, he ordered Moses and Aaron from his presence. Undeterred, they departed into the courtyard. There, Moses raised his staff toward the palace gardens, and Aaron extended his hand. As he did, a shadow passed across the lad. Within hours, the cattle in the royal stables and grazing fields began to falter. Animals that had lowed contentedly now trembled. Fine horses fell to their knees. Sleek camels lay where they stood. The air filled with the mournful bellowing of dying beasts. Across the countryside, herdsmen discovered their flocks lifeless beneath the sun, and the cries of children escorting their father's oxen turned to wails of grief. Pharaoh's own prized bull collapsed in the royal courtyard, its great head bowed in final defeat. Yet in Goshen, a miraculous sight unfolded. The Israelite herds, black, white, spotted, stirred, and grazed as if untouched by plague. Fathers and sons led their cattle to the Nile's edge, where the waters glittered like jewels in the sun. Children stroked the soft hides of lambs, marveling that none fell ill. Mothers gave thanks. The Lord has upheld his promise. His protection covers us. Their voices rose in soft hymns of gratitude that drifted across the fields like a comforting breeze. News of the livestock's demise spread swiftly. Pharaoh's counselors hastened to warn him that the gods of Egypt were powerless against this Hebrew god. But pride and fear fought within his heart. Though he summoned Moses and Aaron again, his tone was less fierce, more cautious. "Equip my heart, O Moses," he said curtly, "and pray for your God to remove this death from my livestock." Moses inclined his head. "I will pray," he answered, "but not until you let my people go to serve the Lord." That night Pharaoh could not rest. The walls of his chambers echoed with the soft footsteps of courtiers and the distant lowing of animals beyond the palace gates. In his frustration he called for his advisors and asked, "How long must we suffer these judgments?" They suggested, timidly, that perhaps release of the Hebrews would appease this mighty God. Yet Pharaoh's heart remained stubborn, locked against the idea of yielding his slave labor. Meanwhile, Moses returned to Midian under a sky jeweled with stars. He knelt beside the tent of his family and poured out his soul before God. In the hush of midnight, a gentle breeze stirred the tent flaps as though carrying an answer. Peace enveloped his spirit, and he rose with renewed courage. At dawn, he made his way back to the palace courtyard. Pharaoh awaited him, the grandeur of his robes muted by weariness. Moses spoke with solemn clarity. "Thus says the Lord, behold, I will bring a boil on you and on your servants and on your people so that you may know that there is no one like me in all the earth." Pharaoh's eyes widened, recalling the sores that had plagued his dream that very night. Without a word he turned on his heel and left the court, but the malady came swiftly upon him. Before the day was done, great boils, swellings filled with fire beneath the flesh, appeared upon the bodies of Pharaoh and all his courtiers. They cried out in pain, their fingers unable to scratch the itching blisters that spread like wildfire. Physicians and magicians tried every remedy, but the boils defied their skill. In the streets, passers-by recoiled from the sight and scent, and the palace echoed with groans of agony. Yet in Goshen, not a boil appeared upon the Israelites. Zipporah looked at her children's skin, smooth and unblemished, and blessed the Lord once more. Around her women poured water over their faces, marveling at the freedom of their flesh. The contrast between Egypt's suffering and Goshen's peace grew sharper with each trial. The people understood, our God judges in mercy and in wrath, and his hand spares those who trust in him. Pharaoh's throne room fell silent with the weight of suffering. He summoned Moses yet again, his voice hoarse. "Go sacrifice to your God. Only let your people remain here in the land of Egypt," he croaked. "Do not go far. Pray that this plague may be wiped away." Moses regarded him steadily. "It is not right to do so, for we shall sacrifice to the Lord our God. What is an abomination to the Egyptians? If we sacrifice like that to the Lord our God, what is an abomination to the Egyptians? Will he not then strike us with the plague? But let my people go, and let them serve the Lord. If you refuse to let them go, behold, tomorrow I will bring hail, such as there has never been in Egypt from its founding till now." Pharaoh's pride wrestled with his desperation. He agreed to remind his people to drive their flocks and herds into their houses, recalling Moses' words. As Moses departed, A change rippled through the palace guard. Orders were given to secure every animal, to batten down stalls and barns. That evening, a stillness descended across the land. In Goshen, mothers tucked their children into beds of woven reeds, their hearts light with gratitude. Fathers walked beside the tents, surveying their flocks resting peacefully in open pastures. Zipporah and Moses shared a quiet meal beneath the stars, speaking softly of the trials yet to come and the faith that would carry them through. But beyond Goshen's borders, northern winds began to stir. Clouds gathered dark and heavy near the horizon, their edges tinged with unnatural light. A distant rumble, like the rolling of chariot wheels across the plains, grew louder until it shook the earth. Lightning split the sky, bright as 1,000 torches, and thunder roared in answer. In Memphis, the sky cracked open. Hail pellets of ice mingled with fire descended upon the city. Roofs groaned under the weight of the storm and walls of mud brick cracked and crumbled. The hail battered fields into ruin, standing grain lay flattened, its promise of future harvest shattered. And fruit trees lost their leaves and branches, and every herb of the field was cut down. The wind howled like a chorus of spirits, and rain mingled with hail, drumming mercilessly upon the earth. Pharaoh's city reeled under the assault. Citizens huddled in shelters, cries of fear mingling with the roaring storm. Statues of Egyptian gods toppled, idols cracked beneath the hailstone's fury. The great sphinxes of the palace gardens bore the brunt of nature's wrath, their noses chipped away, faces pitted by the icy onslaught. Pharaoh himself watched from behind thick walls, his arms crossed, dread mingling with defiance. Yet in Goshen, the storm's edge paused. The northern winds whirled around the region but spared the Israelite fields. There, under the shelter of Goshen's low hills, hailstones fell only upon the fields of Egypt proper, trampling vineyards and gardens but leaving Israelite crops untouched. Children peered out from behind tendril-framed doorways, counting the thunderclaps with wide-eyed wonder as Zipporah soothed them with gentle reassurances. Moses stood at the edge of the storm's reach, staff in hand. He raised his voice in prayer, asking the Lord to restrain the fury. Suddenly the hail lessened, then ceased. The clouds rolled back as though drawn by invisible reins, revealing a sky washed to a pale blue. Sunlight filtered through, illuminating the battered land. Entire harvests lay flattened, livestock huddled in shivering terror. Yet the land of Goshen, green and unbroken, shimmered in relief. Pharaoh, witnessing the reprieve felt by Israelites, felt a tremor in his heart. He summoned Moses with haste. As Moses approached the palace, the temperature had dropped, and the air smelled of damp earth and ozone. Pharaoh's voice shook as he spoke. "I have sinned this time. The Lord is in the right, and I and my people are in the wrong. Pray to the Lord that there be no more mighty thunderbolts. Only let me know when it is safe to leave my house, and I will let your people go to sacrifice to the Lord our God." Moses nodded, eyes sorrowful. "As soon as I have gone out of the city," he replied, "I will spread out my hands to the Lord, and the thunder will cease, and there shall be no hail, that you may know that the earth is the Lord's." Stepping into the palace courtyard, Moses raised his arms toward the shattered sky. He spoke God's word, and the lingering clouds dissolved like mist at sunrise. A stillness fell, broken only by distant cries of relief. Pharaoh stood by his window, watching the final dispersal of clouds before returning to his chambers in silence. That night, the camp of Israel buzzed with hushed praise. Zipporah led the women in song, recounting the wonders, the unblemished flocks, the clear skies, the protection that mirrored God's covenant. Children lulled each other to sleep with soft hymns, their voices weaving the story into tender dreams. In the center of the camp, Moses sat with Aaron and the elders beside a glowing fire. They spoke of the Lord's faithfulness and of the courage that lay ahead. Pharaoh's heart remains hard, Moses warned. But each trial draws us closer to the day of our departure. Keep your lamps burning and your hearts ready, for the darkest hour still awaits. As the embers faded, Moses rose and returned to his tent. He paused at the entrance to gaze at the heavens, where 1,000,000 stars shone uncounted. The largest of them, bright and steady, reminded him of the promise given to Abraham that his descendants would be as numerous as the stars. In that moment, he felt the weight of history upon him, and the quiet assurance of the God who called himself I Am. He crossed the threshold into the tent where Zipporah and their sons lay sleeping. Gently, he smoothed a lock of hair from each child's brow, and placed his hands upon their heads. "Sleep in peace," he whispered, "for the Lord watches over his." Then he knelt before the family's small altar, a simple stone with a bowl of consecrated oil, and offered a final prayer for mercy, for courage, and for the strength to see the people safely through the trials yet to come. As sleep claimed him at last, Moses dreamed of plagues yet unloosed, of a sea parted by a mighty wind, and of a people walking on dry land to freedom. But beneath every trial lay the unbreakable promise that God would be with them, a pillar of cloud by day and fire by night, guiding each breath and each step toward the land of promise. And in that dream, Moses knew with quiet certainty that no force on earth could stand against the will of the Almighty. Moses rose with the soft light of dawn filtering through the tent flaps. The air still carried the hush that followed the storm, and in the camp of Israel a gentle calm reigned. Zipporah stirred beside their sons, and Moses pressed a quiet blessing upon their foreheads before shouldering his staff. As he emerged, the sky blushed with pale gold, and the horizons of Goshen lay tranquil beneath wisps of morning mist. Yet in his heart lay the weight of what must come. Another summons to stand before Pharaoh, to speak once more of God's mighty power. Gathering Aaron at the edge of the camp, Moses shared a brief word of encouragement. "The Lord goes before us," he said softly, "and his promise holds fast. Go now with me." Together they set out along the road eastward, every step a measure of faith, every breath a prayer for courage. By mid-morning they approached the grand pillars of Memphis once more. The sand-cracked walls of the palace gleamed faintly in the sun, and guards at the gate gave wary glances as Moses and Aaron passed. Entering the hall of audience, Moses' voice carried in calm but resolute tones, "Thus says the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, let my people go that they may serve me. For if you do not let them go, behold, tomorrow I will bring a swarm of locusts upon your land. They shall cover the face of the earth, so that no one can see the land. They shall eat what the hail has left, and they shall eat every tree that grows for you out of the field." His words fell like gentle thunder, stirring unease among Pharaoh's court. Yet Pharaoh's gaze remained unmoved. With a curt shake of his head, he dismissed them. "Depart from my presence," he replied, "and pray to your God to remove this plague from me." Undeterred, Moses and Aaron withdrew into the courtyard. There, just as the heat of midday pressed upon them, Aaron raised his hand toward the eastern sky. the wind stilled to a hush, as though holding its breath. Then from the horizon a faint cloud emerged, a slow-moving bank that deepened to ebony as it drew nearer. Within its folds, Moses discerned the flutter of wings and the shadow of countless bodies. The first locusts alighted upon barren branches, sampling leaf and stem. Soon the air thrummed with the sound of millions of tiny wings in unison, growing into an unbroken roar that filled the courtyard with a trembling hum. At once the locusts descended upon the fields of Egypt outside Memphis. Like an advancing tide, they swept over grain and orchard alike, devouring every green shoot in their path. Branches that had stood heavy with fruit were stripped bare. Vines that had promised clusters of grapes yielded only empty skeletons. The locusts covered the ground to a depth of inches, and those who ventured near felt the crunch beneath their sandaled feet. Farmers wailed as they saw their livelihoods vanish in moments. The sun, momentarily blotted by the thick cloud of insects, cast the land in a strange, muted light. Meanwhile, in the land of Goshen, a different scene unfolded. There, the breeze that carried the locust swarms slowed at the boundary of Israelite homes and fields. The locusts, as though restrained by an unseen hand, passed over Goshen without pause. Israelite flocks grazed peacefully, and green shoots remained untouched. Children laughed as they played among the rows of crops, plucking handfuls of fresh herbs and chasing one another through the clear fields. Mothers lifted their voices in soft hymns of thanks, gathering figs and olives for the day's meal. "The Lord has honored us," they murmured, "and kept his word." In Pharaoh's palace, panic surged as courtiers and scribes realized the full terror of the plague. They sought to drive the locusts away with torches and nets, but every attempt only stirred more. The insects clung to doorposts, swarmed the gilded furnishings of the throne room, and lay thick upon the cushions of the royal gardens. Pharaoh, aghast, summoned Moses once more. In the grand hall, locusts clung to the pillars, creating a shifting mosaic of brown and gold. "Go," Pharaoh commanded hoarsely, "and entreat your God for me that he may take away this death. Tomorrow I will let the people go, that they may sacrifice to the Lord our God." Relief flickered in his eyes even as pride warred within him. Moses bowed his head and turned away. Beyond the gilded portals, Aaron joined him, and together they lifted their voices in prayer. Moses raised his staff, tracing an arc in the air, and spoke the word that stilled the swarm. Instantly the locusts stilled as if frozen in mid-flight. Then wind and sun bore them away like fallen leaves, and the fields lay silent once more, yet stripped of every living green. A bitter wind swept the surface of the earth, carrying the last hushed cheer of departing insects. Pharaoh awoke the following morning to the ruin that blanketed his land. In the fields outside the palace gates, empty stems snapped beneath his feet. Statues of his gods stood bereft of ornamentation, their pedestals littered with crushed vegetation. Stench of decay rose where locusts had perished in great heaps. Despair gripped his heart, and he sent for Moses with a trembling dispatch. "I have sinned again," he admitted, voice faltering. "The Lord is righteous, and I and my people are wicked. Pray to the Lord your God and remove this plague from me. Only let me see your face, and I will let the people go and do sacrifices to the Lord our God." Moses approached the throne with measured steps. The courtiers fell silent as he passed. "As soon as I am gone from you," Moses replied, "I will lift my hands to the Lord, and the locusts shall depart. But not a hair shall remain on your head or that of your servants." A hush fell, and Pharaoh nodded. Outside, Aaron raised her hands to the sky once more, and the wind carried the locusts to the distant desert, leaving barren fields in its wake. Yet Pharaoh's repentance was as fragile as morning mist. By evening his resolve had hardened, and he refused to release the Israelites. Back in Goshen, Moses and Aaron brought news to the camp. Gathered around the tent doors, the people listened as Moses recounted Pharaoh's fleeting repentance and his stubborn refusal. Zipporah offered water to her husband, her touch steady and calm. Their sons, sensing the seriousness of the moment, stood quietly at their father's side. Moses lifted his staff and spoke words of comfort. The Lord will not abandon us. Though the trials grow in fury, his purpose stands secure. Rest now, for the night watches are his. That night, the elders met around the fire, its glow casting long faces in the dark. They spoke of the plagues as a tapestry of God's justice and mercy, woven through each trial. Pharaoh's heart remains hardened, they agreed. Yet each plague displays the Lord's might. Soon the darkness will fall, and all Egypt shall know the presence of their God. They prayed for perseverance, for faith that would not falter, and for the courage to stand firm when the shadows deepened. Sleep came uneasily to Egypt that night. As Goshen lay silent under a canopy of stars, the rest of the land watched with fearful eyes for the sign of coming darkness. In their tents, Israel's families lit no lamps, trusting that their Lord would shield them even as the world beyond grew dim. Zipporah held her sons close, telling them of Abraham's wanderings by night and of Jacob's dream of ladders reaching heaven. "The Lord is with us," she whispered, "and his promise shines brighter than any lamp." Moses lay upon his reed mat, the soft desert breeze stirring the tent flaps. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply, recalling the words of the burning bush, "I am, has sent you." In that ancient name he found strength, for his God was beyond measure eternal, unchanging, and true. Though the dark was coming to Egypt, this night would be one of rest for God's own. And as his heartbeat slowed and sleep claimed him, he knew that with each trial, the path to freedom drew nearer, guided by the hand of the I Am. When dawn's first light brushed the eastern horizon, the camp of Israel stirred once more. The memory of the locusts' devastation lay heavy upon Egypt's fields. Yet here in Goshen, the air was sweet with relief and quiet anticipation. Mothers emerged from their tents, cradling their children in gentle arms and breathed sighs of gratitude as they surveyed the unbroken green of their own crops. Fathers led their flocks to fresh pastures, noting how each blade of grass shimmered with dew untouched by the plague that had stripped so much from Egypt. In the distance, the remnants of the locusts passing lay in silent piles, a stark reminder of the power that had reigned upon Pharaoh's land but spared God's chosen people. Moses awoke before the sun had fully risen, the weight of the journey pressing upon his shoulders like a mantle woven of responsibility and faith. He knelt beside his tent, whispering a prayer of thanks for the Lord's protection and guidance. Zipporah pressed warm bread and dates into his hand, her eyes steady with love and resolve. Their sons, still drowsy, pressed close, biting into the sweet fruit as Moses lifted their faces in blessing. "Remember," he said softly, "the Lord has been faithful. His promise stands sure." With that, he rose, gathering his staff and cloak, and set out toward Egypt once more, Aaron walking at his side. By mid-morning, the brothers stood before Pharaoh in the grand hall of his palace. Courtiers still whispered in fear of the locusts, and many bore the weariness left by their passing. Yet the king's eyes remained hardened, and his voice rang with defiance as Moses spoke again. "Thus says the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, I will bring one more plague upon you and your people. After that you shall let the people go. This time I will send all my plagues upon your heart and upon your servants and upon your people, that you may know there is none like me in all the earth. For now I will stretch out my hand, and there shall be darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days. They shall not see one another, nor shall any rise from his place for 3 days. A hush fell, broken only by the faint shifting of feet on marble floors. Pharaoh's brow furrowed at the thought of darkness so deep it could smother sight itself. "We have endured much already," he growled. "Let the people go, that they may worship their God, but your warning of darkness seems too great to bear. Pray to your God that this darkness may be removed, and then I will consider letting your people go." Moses inclined his head gravely. "It shall be as you say," he replied. "But unless you release my people, the darkness will remain as a sign that the Lord, the God of Israel, reigns supreme." With a dismissive wave, Pharaoh turned away, and Moses and Aaron departed into the courtyard. There, foreseeing the coming storm, Aaron raised his hands toward the sky. The wind fell silent, as though the earth itself held its breath. Then, as the sun climbed high overhead, the air darkened. Clouds gathered at the edges of vision, swirling into a low-hanging canopy that blotted out the light. By midday, a heavy gloom lay over the land of Egypt. The sky turned ashen gray, then deep charcoal, until the sun was but a dull ember behind an oppressive veil. Birds fell silent in their nests. The clatter of carts ceased upon the streets. At first Egyptians ventured forth, stumbling through the dim haze, their hands pressed to weathered walls and each other's shoulders for guidance. Faces drawn in fear, they murmured prayers to their gods, but no incantation could pierce the all-encompassing shadow. Yet in Goshen, the gloom ended at the border of the land of Israel. There, lamps shone bright in each household, and the fields lay in gentle half-light. Children played in the soft glow of twilight, and mothers moved freely from tent to tent, offering water and comfort. Men tended their flocks, guiding animals to fresh water, free from the terror that filled the hearts of their Egyptian neighbors. The contrast was as stark as night and day, a living testament to the Lord's promise to his people. Throughout the 3 days of darkness, Pharaoh's heart quailed. He summoned his advisors and servants, clamoring for relief from the oppressive gloom. He called for Moses and Aaron, his voice trembling as the brothers stepped once more into the palace halls. "Go," he commanded, "and serve your God, but only go with your flocks and your herds. Do not leave Egypt entirely. Pray that this darkness be lifted, and I will consider your request." Moses regarded him with sorrowful eyes. "You have seen the power of the Lord," he said softly. "If you release your people, worship in the land of Egypt and in your own houses, you may find mercy. But do not harden your heart again, lest the plague come upon you utterly." With those words, Moses and Aaron departed. At his brother's side, Aaron lifted his staff and whispered in prayer. The clouds above began to shift, a pale light filtering through the edges. Slowly, the darkness receded as a tide that ebbs before dawn. First a sheen of gray, then a pale wash of hope, as the sun's rays edged back into view. By the morning of the 4th day, light broke across the land, revealing fields and cities alike. Egyptians stepped out from their homes, blinking as though awakening from a troubled dream. Relief mingled with dread in the air, for they now knew that the God of Israel wielded power over light itself. But Pharaoh's stubborn pride flickered like a dying ember. Though he granted leave for the Israelites to offer sacrifice, he refused to permit their full departure. "Only go a little way," he insisted. "Do not venture far from the land. Then return with your flocks and herds. Moses' heart was heavy, for he knew greater trials still lay ahead. He and Aaron returned to Goshen and relayed Pharaoh's words to the elders. Under the shade of date palms, they conferred. Some feared the growing tension, while others saw the Lord's hand at work, preparing hearts for the final judgment. That evening, Moses gathered the people by the central fire, its flames crackling in the cool air. "Listen carefully," he urged, his voice clear in the hush. "Tonight the Lord will pass through the land of Egypt and strike down every firstborn in the land, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sits on his throne, to the firstborn of the prisoner in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of livestock as well. On that night there shall be a great cry throughout Egypt, such as never was and never will be again. But when the Lord sees the blood on the lintel and on the 2 doorposts, he will pass over your houses, and no destroyer will touch you when he strikes the land of Egypt." A solemn stillness fell as Moses' words sank deep into each heart. Families drew closer, eyes meeting in quiet resolve. Zipporah stood beside her sons, teaching them the words they would speak to their own children's children in years to come. "On this night we remember how the Lord delivered us with a mighty hand and outstretched arm. We keep this feast throughout our generations as a sign of his covenant and love," Moses continued, outlining the sacred observance. "You shall take a lamb without blemish, a year old on the 10th day of this month, and keep it until the 14th day when the whole assembly of the congregation Israel shall kill their lambs at twilight. Then they shall take some of the blood and put it on the 2 doorposts and on the lintel of the houses in which they eat it. They shall eat the flesh that night, roasted on the fire, with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. Do not leave any of it until morning. Whatever is left until morning you shall burn with fire. In this manner you shall eat it, with your belt fastened, your sandals on your feet, and your staff in your hand. And you shall eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover." The people listened, their faces aglow in the firelight, and pledged obedience. Women prepared clay ovens for unleavened bread. Men inspected their houses, ensuring that no yeast remained. Children were seated upon fathers' knees, hearing again the story of Abraham's journey, of Jacob's ladder, and of God's promise to their forefathers. And as the final embers of the fire died, each family retreated to their tent to make ready for the night of the Passover. Mothers dipped hyssop sprigs into bowls of sacrificial blood, guiding trembling hands as they traced them upon the doorposts. Fathers slaughtered lambs with solemn ritual, their blades steady in the subdued glow of lanterns. Scent of roasting meat mingled with the fragrance of bitter greens and fresh herbs. Unleavened loaves, soft and warm, lined woven trays. All was prepared in hush and reverence, for the hour drew near. At twilight, the households gathered once more in the open courtyards. Lambs roasted upon spits, their juices sizzling in the coals. Children parted their parents' garments to catch droplets of blood that had fallen as a sign of protection. Moses stood at the threshold, staff in hand, blessing each family as they passed. "Peace be with you," he intoned. "For tonight the Lord passes over and spares his own." As darkness deepened into the stillness of midnight, a hush fell upon the land of Egypt. Behind closed doors and sealed chambers, children lay sleeping. Here, Egyptian households, oblivious to the doom approaching, slept soundly in their beds. But at the moment the trumpets of heaven sounded, if trumpets could be heard in the realm of angels, a silent tremor shook the earth. Every firstborn son in the land of Egypt passed away in that single hour. The Pharaoh's heir, the firstborn of the maidservant at her mill, and the firstborn of the beast in the fields. A great wail rose across the land. from the crenellated towers of Memphis to the humble cisterns of village homes. The cry swelled like a tidal wave of grief and fear, echoing against temple walls and along the banks of the Nile. Within Goshen, the sound of mourning did not intrude. Houses marked with the blood remained untouched by death. Parents awoke, startled, to find their children safe in their arms. Flocks in the fields bleated at dawn's approach, for no lamb was lost among them. Children ran to their parents, asking why the night was so deep, and when told, they shivered in awe at the power of the Lord. By morning's first light, the land of Egypt lay silent and broken. Pharaoh upon his throne rose with shadowed eyes and trembling lips. His counselors mourned beside him, and the halls of the palace echoed with the absence of heirs. Summoning Moses and Aaron again, Pharaoh's voice was no longer that of a king but of a broken man. "Go," he choked. "Get out from among my people, both you and the people of Israel. Go, serve the Lord as you have said. Take your flocks and your herds, as you have requested, and bless me also." Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke, and for the first time humility shone through his regal bearing. Moses bowed his head in both sadness and triumph. "Rise up early," he replied, "and have the people ready, that they may go in peace. And also bless me." At his words, the gates of the city were thrown open. The Israelites gathered their belongings, loaded their beasts with the gold and silver given by their neighbors who, in their fear, pressed precious gifts into their hands. Women tucked jewels into the folds of their garments. Men strapped fine garments upon their shoulders. Children carried small bundles of bread and herbs for the journey. Zipporah and her sons joined Moses and Aaron at the edge of the camp. Moses looked upon his family with eyes shining bright as stars. "Come," he said gently. "Our time of departure is at hand." As he spoke, a pillar of cloud rose behind them, glowing faintly in the morning sun. It would guide them on their journey through the wilderness. And as the people of Israel set forth from Goshen, that first day of the new dawn, their hearts sang with hope and faith. Though trials lay behind and challenges awaited, they stepped onto the path of freedom, led by the hand of the I Am, ever present, ever faithful, and ever redeeming. Morning came gentle and bright over the land of the Nile's delta. Yet within the camp of Israel, a hush preceded the day's stirring. As the first light brushed the tents, Moses emerged to discover the pillar of cloud, glistening like dew-laden silk hovering at the camp's rear, silently poised to guide their path. At its side, the pillar of fire, faint embers of orange and gold, pulsed softly against the pale dawn. Zipporah stood at her tent flap, her sons leaning against her skirts, their eyes wide with wonder at these twin beacons of divine presence. Moses offered his family a warm smile, and lifting his staff in quiet blessing, beckoned them to gather at his side. "Come," he whispered, "for the Lord goes before us, guarding every step." With hearts buoyed by faith, the Israelites prepared their flocks, loaded their donkeys, and fastened their belts for journeying. They moved out in ordered ranks, elders first, carrying the sacred vessels, followed by families, their voices hushed in prayerful conversation, then the livestock, lowing softly in the cool air. As the camp broke, the pillars glided forward, the cloud drifting like a gentle mist across the ground, the fire shimmering like a golden heartbeat beneath its folds. Mothers led children by the hand, recounting stories of Abraham's faith and Joseph's rise to power in Egypt. Weaving encouragement into each step, fathers lifted their voices in soft hymns, notes carried by the wind across the fields of Goshen that still lay verdant and unblemished. Even the youngest watched with wide eyes, clutching bits of unleavened bread, imagining the land promised to their ancestors. By mid-morning they reached Succoth, a place whose name means booths, where the Hebrews paused to reflect beneath temporary shelters of woven branches. Here they halted to rest the flocks and share a simple meal of bread and figs. Zipporah spread a soft cloth beneath a tamarisk tree, and they sat as one family, kneading dough into new loaves, pressing fresh figs until their sweet juice stained the cloth. The air was warm with the scent of baked bread and sun-warmed earth. Today, however, there was no languor in their rest, only a quiet anticipation for the path ahead. Moses addressed the gathered leaders, his voice calm yet firm. Prepare for the journey. Soon we will cross the Sea of Reeds, and there, the Lord will work wonders before your eyes. Flocks grazed under watchful eyes, and children chased one another through the groves, laughter mingling with the shepherds' calls. As the sun reached its zenith, the priests blew trumpets of ram's horn, and the camp reassembled. Shoulders straightened, eyes bright, the people rose to follow the cloud once more. A gentle breeze stirred as the pillars moved, and the land of Succoth fell away behind them. Their route traced the western edge of the wilderness of Etham, a borderland where the cultivated fields of Egypt gave way to rolling sands and tamarisk-studded plains. Here the path narrowed, hemmed by dunes that rose like silent sentinels. At midday, the shade of the cloud provided cool respite, and the fire pillar's warmth felt like a blessing rather than a blaze. Zipporah shaded her children, pointing to the cloud's ever-shifting form, teaching them to trust its guidance, without question. Just as the wind knows its journey, she told them, so our God knows the way before us. When afternoon waned, they came to the edge of the Sea of Reeds, its waters gleaming in the slanting light. Beyond stretched the open water, smooth as polished glass, with patches of marshy reeds rising between shallow channels. The people paused, uncertainty mingling with reverence at the sight of this vast expanse, their path seeming to end where water plunged against the sky. Shepherds led flocks to nibble at the marsh grass, while mothers lifted children to peer into the reflective surface. Yet, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, a hush fell, an unbidden tremor in every heart, as they realized Pharaoh's army might yet overtake them. And so it came to pass that from the hills of Memphis came the thunder of chariots and the shouts of horsemen. Pharaoh's heart, once hardened by repeated plagues, softened at last to fear and regret. Angered by his people's flight, he amassed his finest war chariots, 600 chosen chariots and all the other chariots of Egypt, and pursued the Israelites with armies of foot soldiers, their armor glinting like fallen stars. The dust of their approach rose in distant clouds that blotted the sky, and soon the growing roar reached the ears of the Hebrews at the water's edge. Panic fluttered through the camp like startled birds. Women clutched infants to their chests, men gathered their staffs in trembling hands, children cried out in confusion. From her place beside Moses, Zipporah grasped his hand, her eyes brimming with tears. Yet Moses raised his staff toward the pillar of cloud, and in a voice steady as desert stone he called out, "Fear not. Stand firm and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will work for you today. The Egyptians you see today you shall never see again." His words fell like a balm upon anxious hearts. Turning to the people, he urged calm. The Lord will fight for you. You need only be silent in his presence. As night's shadow deepened, a new wonder unfolded. The pillar of cloud descended behind the camp, positioning itself like a protective wall between the Israelites and the approaching host. Its shape became thick and impenetrable, a dark rampart against the glimmer of Egyptian lamps. Ahead, over the sea, Moses stretched forth his hand, guided by the Lord's command. Then came a stirring of wind from the east, a mighty breeze that hummed through the reeds, until the waters of the Sea of Reeds began to part. In the glow of the fire pillar, the sea revealed a dry path. Walls of water rose on either side like crystal towers, their surfaces shimmering with reflected light. Fish clustered in the water walls, their scales glittering. Seabirds roosted atop the liquid barrier, still and silent. At the path's far end, the seabed lay bare. Smooth stones, scattered driftwood, and soft silt faintly churned by the wind. The air smelled of promise and salt, mingled with the earth's own musk. Moses turned to his people, voice echoing in the hush. "Pass through in the name of the Lord. Travel this way with urgency, for the path is here but for a moment." Families stepped onto the seabed, sandals sinking into wet sand, hearts pounding with awe. Children's feet made footprints in the mud, and lambs and goats followed their shepherds, heads lowered in cautious curiosity. Zipporah paused at the water's edge, lifting her sons onto her hips even as she guided them to step gingerly between the walls of water. The sound of their feet was muffled by the soft ground. Mothers carried infants through the passage, cradling them close, while elders supported one another in quiet solidarity. Behind them, the pillar of cloud remained a steadfast sentinel, shielding the camp from the sight of Egypt's approaching force. Torchlight glittered through its veil, and the rumble of chariots grew faint as the Egyptians entered the parted sea. Pharaoh's warriors, emboldened by steel and fury, plunged into the same channel, their horses' hooves thrumming upon the seabed. Yet as the last of the Israelites reached the far shore, Moses stretched his hand again over the sea. A hush fell. The wind ceased its whispering. Then, with a suddenness like the closing of a door, the walls of water cascaded inward. The sea roared as if awakened from a dream, and currents surged down the channel. The Egyptian chariots, caught mid-stride, were plunged beneath surging waves. Horses neighed in terror, and men cried out in fear as the waters engulfed wheel and axle, spear and sword. The very stones that had supported them vanished beneath the tumult, and in a moment the sea lay still once more, its surface like polished obsidian, reflecting moon and cloud. On the far shore the Israelites stood in stunned silence. They gazed at the calm water, now restored to its ancient boundary, and at the desert's sands beyond. No footprint remained of chariot or horse. Only the path they had trodden lay remembered in mud and silicate. Children clung to their mothers, mouths silent in awe. Silent in awe. And fathers fell to their knees, hands outstretched, tears glistening in the firelight. Moses led the people up to the high ground overlooking the sea. There, beneath a canopy of stars and the fading glow of the fire pillar, he raised his hands in prayer. "O Lord," he cried, voice tender and strong, "who is like you, majestic in holiness, awesome in splendor, doing wonders? You have led your people through the depths as on dry land within the sea. Our enemies have perished." And in that moment, a great wave of praise swept through the congregation. Women took tambourines from their saddlebags and beat them in rhythm, calling out melodies of deliverance. Miriam, sister of Aaron and Moses, lifted her voice alongside the women, singing a song of triumph. "Sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider he has thrown into the sea." Elders and children alike joined the chorus, voices weaving into the evening air like strands of woven gold. Fathers lifted babies skyward, their cries of joy echoing against the silent sea. Flames danced across the rocks as the fire pillar flickered in blessing. As the last notes faded, Zipporah wrapped her sons close, pressing them to her breast. "Remember this night," she whispered, "and teach your children to remember it. For tonight we were saved by the hand of the Lord, and his love carried us through the waters to freedom." Children's eyes grew heavy, but they clung to her shoulder, lulled by the cadence of her voice and the gentle rocking of her arms. In the hours before sleep claimed them, the camp of Israel settled on the sandy shore. Tents pitched where solid ground reappeared, and fires rekindled to warm the night air. The sea's edge shimmered under moonlight, a silent testament to the night's marvel. Moses and Aaron walked among their people, offering prayers of thanksgiving and blessing every family. Zipporah stood at the tent's entrance, gazing at the calm seas and sky. She felt the weight of their deliverance settle like a soft cloak around her heart. Sini Eln, she turned to enter the tent. She saw her sons already asleep upon a bed of woven reeds. Their breathing was even, their cheeks flushed with the wonder of the day. She pressed a kiss upon each brow and whispered a final prayer. May you always know the Lord your God, who saved you with a mighty hand. Sleep now, for tomorrow we journey on. With that, she slipped inside, and the hush of night embraced the camp. As the fires dimmed to embers and the sea's gentle lapping soothed the shores, the children of Israel rested, cradled by the promise that had carried them through the depths. And in the watchful quiet, beneath a vault of stars and the fading glow of the fire pillar, they dreamt of freedom's dawn, secure in the knowledge that wherever their path led next, the Lord would be their guide, their protector, and their unending source of hope. Softly and with hearts full of awe, the children of Israel rose on the shoreline where the sea had stood guard. Dawn's pale light revealed the smooth seabed behind them. Footprints pressed into the damp sand, a living memory of the path the Lord had opened. Moses stood at the water's edge, staff in hand, and offered a prayer of gratitude. O Lord, you have delivered us with a mighty hand. You have led us through depths as on dry land, and our enemies lie defeated behind the sea. His voice, steady and clear, drifted across the quiet waters and found echoes in every heart. Families gathered their few belongings, speaking in gentle voices so as not to disturb the hushed reverence of the moment. Zipporah wrapped their sons in light cloaks to ward off the morning chill and pressed bread and figs into their small hands. The children awoke slowly, blinking in the soft glow of dawn, and felt the thrill of freedom in every breath. Flocks and herds, guided by shepherds' calls, followed the tracks across the sea, their low bleating mingling with the breeze. By mid-morning, the camp had broken like the opening lines of a song. Elders carried the sacred vessels and the tablets of remembrance. Young families trailed behind, heads bowed in prayer, and the animals, unhurried, grazed on tufts of marsh grass still sprouting along the sea's former bed. Overhead, the pillar of cloud drifted ahead, a silent guide, while the pillar of fire warmed the dust beneath their feet. Every step felt tender under the Lord's watchful eye. They journeyed 3 days into the wilderness of Shur, a land of rolling sands and sun-baked stones. Water was scarce. The desert stretched unbroken before them, cliffs of ochre and gold. The midday heat rippled like a mirage, and at each rise in the path, mothers shaded their children's eyes as they searched for signs of vegetation. Fathers paused, cups in hand, hoping each well would yield life-giving water. Yet each sip proved bitter, too brackish to quench thirst. On the 3rd day, murmurs of frustration began to stir. Voices once buoyed by praise, now whispered impatience. Why have you brought us out here to die of thirst? Some asked. Zipporah's gentle hush soothed her sons, reminding them of the miracles they had witnessed. Crossing the sea, seeing Pharaoh's army engulfed, tasting the sweetness of safety. Moses heard the people's grumbling, and knew their souls wavered between faith and fear. In that critical moment, Moses raised his staff and cried out to the Lord, "What shall I do with this people? Their spirits falter, And the Lord answered him, "Go on before the people, take some of the elders with you, and take in your hand the staff with which you struck the Nile. Behold, I will stand before you there on the rock at Horeb, and you shall strike the rock, and water shall come out of it, that the people may drink." With solemn determination, Moses did as commanded, striking the rock with gentle force. At once a clear stream gurgled forth, splitting the stillness with its lively murmur. The people rushed forward, cupping hands to their lips, the first taste of sweet water melting on their tongues like a promise fulfilled. They named that place Meribah, for there the people quarreled and tested the Lord. But that memory gave way quickly to praise as each drank deeply. Children laughed at the cool rush, and mothers filled skins and jars to carry onward. Fathers knelt and offered thanks, bending heads low in the desert breeze. Even the flocks gathered beside the spring, grazing on fresh shoots that sprang where the water soaked into the earth. Renewed in strength, the Israelites pressed on another day's journey, guided still by the cloud and fire. Their route led them to Elim, an oasis, whose name meant trees. 12 springs of water bubbled from hidden depths, and 70 palm trees arched their fronds in a soothing canopy. The sight of green palms against the sky brought tears to many eyes, and the children ran between the trunks, laughing as their fathers carried them aloft. At Elim, the camp settled beneath the palms. Zipporah laid mats on cool ground, and families shared bread, figs, and goat's milk. The shade was deep, a balm to sun-warmed shoulders. Women washed garments in the clear springs, wringing out sweat and dust. Men tended flocks under centuries-old trees whose trunks bore the scars of past wanderers. The air smelled of date clusters and wet earth, a fragrant lullaby for weary souls. That evening Moses gathered the people beneath the tallest palms. He spoke of the Lord's faithfulness, how he had seen their affliction, heard their cries, and delivered them by wonders and signs. He reminded them of Abraham's journey, of Isaac's trust, and of Jacob's dream, showing that their ancestors had walked by faith into the unknown. And so they, too, would journey onward, sustained by divine promise. Under the starlit sky, Miriam led the women in a song of gratitude, her tambourine ringing softly against the hush of the oasis. Her melody wove through the palms, carried by the gentle breeze. Sing to the Lord, for he has been gracious. His steadfast love endures forever. Men and children joined in the refrain, voices melding into a lullaby that echoed against the rocky hills beyond. Zipporah cradled her sons, swaying to the rhythm as sleep drew them into dreams of green fields and gentle waters. At dawn the camp rose again. There was a sense of rest in every breath, a calm before the road ahead. Moses shared bread and oil with Zipporah, blessing their sons and charging them to remember this day. When you grow and have families of your own, he said, tell your children of Elim, where the Lord's mercy made an oasis in the wilderness. She nodded, her smile serene, and together they watched their people prepare for the next stage. Once more, the pillars lifted and led them eastward, away from Elim's shade into a land of rolling dunes and rocky crags. Fear and excitement mingled in their hearts, fear of the unknown, excitement at the promise of a new home. Children clutched parents' robes, elders carried staffs worn smooth by many hands. Flocks stirred, eager for fresh pasture, and the air rang with hymns of hope. Their path took them to the wilderness of Sin, between Elim and Sinai. There, 3 days in, their resources waned, bread ran low, and the air grew hot and dry. Murmurs of discontent rose anew. Would that we had died by the Lord's hand in Egypt, Sitting by pots of meat, some lamented. Zipporah gathered her children close, reminding them of the stream at Meribah and the palms at Elim. "The Lord does not forsake us," she whispered. "He provides in his time." Moses heard the people's cries and turned to the Lord in prayer. And the Lord said to Moses, "Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you. The people shall go out and gather a day's portion every day." Early the next morning, dew lay heavy on the ground, and when the sun rose, small flakes like frost upon the ground glimmered in the light. The people gathered, marveling at the fine, flaky substance. "What is this?" they asked one another. Moses said, "It is the bread that the Lord has given you to eat." They called it manna, for the question echoed through every tent. Each morning, families gathered manna according to their need, an omer for each person. Zipporah's sons watched in wonder as jars filled with the sweet, tender flakes. Children tasted it and smiled at its honeyed flavor. Mothers baked cakes, fathers boiled porridge. The land of sin blossomed with new provision at every dawn. On the sixth day, Moses instructed them to gather twice as much, for none would be provided on the Sabbath. Doubtful at first, they obeyed and found double portion abundant. That evening, no manna appeared, and those who gathered on the seventh day found none. Instead, they rested, gathering wood and preparing meals from the earlier harvest. The Sabbath dawned as a day of rest, a gift of peace in the wilderness. As they paused in obedience, Moses climbed a nearby ridge, gazing across the endless sands. The pillar of cloud lay heavy above the camp, immovable like a sentinel, while the pillar of fire flickered in the morning light. He lifted his staff in thanks. "O Lord, our God, you have fed us with heavenly bread. Yet you have given us rest by your command. Teach us to walk in your ways and to trust you in every season." Below him, the camp of Israel observed the Sabbath beneath the open sky. Elders sat beside cool springs, telling stories and singing psalms. Children chased one another across sandy flats, laughter ringing like silver bells. Women wove grass mats and embroidered cloth for the journey ahead. Even the flock seemed to rest, huddled close as if sensing the holiness of the day. When the sun set on the Sabbath, the pillars rose again, and the camp prepared once more to move. Families packed their belongings, eyes shining with renewed trust. Moses stood before his people and said, "Remember the Sabbath. 6 days you shall labor, and on the seventh day you shall rest. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and on the seventh day he rested and was refreshed." And the people replied as one, "Amen." Thus refreshed in body and spirit, the Israelites rose at dawn's first light to follow the pillars into the next unknown stretch of wilderness. The path wound through hills and valleys, sands and stones, each step borne on the wings of faith. Children walked between parents, their laughter mingling with hymns of hope. The pillars glided before them, cloud by day, fire by night, guiding each footfall as they journeyed onward toward the mountain of God, where a people born in slavery would become a nation born in covenant. And so the Exodus journey continued, each morning a gift, each evening a hymn woven with signs and wonders, provisions and rest. The Lord, faithful in trials and in mercy, carried them forward, one step at a time, toward a land flowing with milk and honey, where the promise spoken long ago would find its fulfillment in the hearts of a free and grateful people. Before the first light of dawn, the camp of Israel stirred once more. The hush of Sabbath rest still clung to the air, but now a new day beckoned them onward. Moses rose quietly, slipping from his tent to find the pillar of cloud already drifting eastward, a silent summons to continue the journey. Zipporah roused their sons, wrapping them in light cloaks and pressing warm bread into their small hands. Around them, the people moved with a gentle urgency. Families gathered belongings, flocks lowed in anticipation, and the priests shouldered the sacred vessels. As the pillars glided ahead, the Israelites fell into their familiar order: elders first, families next, flocks bringing up the rear. Their footsteps raised small puffs of desert dust that shimmered in the pale morning light. By mid-morning, they reached the place called Rephidim, where no water met their weary lips. The sun beat down upon the sands, and mothers wiped the sweat from their brow as they led their children in circles, searching for a hidden spring that never came. Fathers hammered stakes for their tents, then looked to the horizon with heavy hearts. The streams of praise that had once flowed freely in their songs were now dampened by pressing need. Children tugged at garments, eyes wide with thirst. "Why have you brought us here to perish?" some cried. The voice of complaint rose like an angry wind, cutting across the camp and tearing at the fragile peace that had carried them thus far. Moses heard the clamor and felt its sting. Yet he remembered the promise of Horeb, and the water drawn from the rock by his staff. He climbed the rocky knoll at the camp's edge, staff in hand, and knelt before the Lord in prayer. "O Lord, what shall I do with this people?" he pleaded. "Their thirst grows and their faith wanes." In answer, the Lord's voice came gently yet with unmistakable authority. "Pass before the people. Take with you some of the elders and the staff with which you struck the Nile, and go. Behold, I will stand before you on the rock at Horeb. Strike the rock and water shall flow." Obediently, Moses gathered the elders and ascended the uneven slopes. With measured force, he struck the rock once, twice, and at the third blow, a clear spring burst forth, singing its song through the desert silence. The people ran forward, hands cupped to catch the living water. Children laughed as the cool liquid chased across their fingers. Mothers filled skins and pitchers for the journey ahead. Fathers knelt, drinking deeply and offering praise. "Blessed be the Lord, our rock and our deliverer." The site was named Meribah, for there the people had tested the Lord's patience, yet his mercy had overflowed in response. No sooner had their thirst been quenched than a new threat loomed on the horizon. Scouts returned with news that a band of Amalekites had gathered in the heights near Rephidim, preparing to strike the rear of the camp. Fear whispered among the ranks. Women gathered their children, shepherds mustered their flocks, and young men gripped sharpened staves in trembling hands. Zipporah's heart fluttered as she clasped her sons close, but Moses stood calmly, staff still glinting in the sun like a promise of divine aid. Drawing Joshua aside, Moses entrusted him with the command of Israel's fighting men. "Choose capable warriors," he instructed, "and go out to meet Amalek in battle. I will stand on the hill with the staff of God in my hand." Joshua's face, set with resolve, reflected the determination of his leader. He gathered hundreds of men, their broad shoulders and steady gaze promising to hold the line. The warriors marched to the foot of the rocky heights where the Amalekites had drawn up, their banners fluttering with fierce intent. The clash of shields and spears rang out, a sound as sudden and sharp as desert thunder. Meanwhile, Moses climbed the ridge overlooking the battlefield, accompanied by Aaron and Hur. From this vantage, he could see the tide of battle ebb and flow. When his arms were raised, Israel pressed forward with strength. When they grew weary and sank, the Amalekites gained ground. So long as Moses kept his staff aloft, the Lord's power infused the Israelite warriors with courage. Yet each time he lowered his arms, his strength faltered. Seeing this, Aaron and Hur found a large stone and seated Moses upon it. Then, supporting Moses' arms, one on Aaron's shoulder, the other on Hur's, They held them steady until the sun touched its zenith. Their arms lifted high spelled victory for Israel. At length, the Amalekites faltered and broke under the Israelites' fierce charge. Joshua led the final assault, routing the foe and driving them from the field. The bowstrings snapped, and the desert rang with victory's cry. Joshua's men pursued the vanquished across the sands, gathering spoils and securing Israel's rear. All that day, and into the twilight hour, the echoes of triumph resounded. When the fighting ceased, Joshua returned to Moses' side. "The Lord has sworn by his throne," Moses proclaimed, "that the hand of Amalek shall be against the throne of your descendants from generation to generation." As a memorial of this first victory, Moses built an altar at the top of the hill. He called it "The Lord is my banner," for there the Lord had displayed his power in behalf of his people. Aaron and Hur stood beside him, their faithfulness now woven into Israel's story. That night, meals were shared amid the embers of the altar fire. Zipporah prepared simple stews and fresh bread, offering Aaron and Hur a place by her side. Around them, families told of the day's events, of water drawn from rock, and of swords guided by divine strength. Children's eyes grew heady as the flickering flames painted dancing shadows upon the rocks. Fathers lifted their voices in silent thanksgiving, and mothers blessed their children's slumber with soft lullabies that carried the words, "The Lord is your banner." At dawn, the pillars of cloud and fire lifted to guide the camp once more. The men who had fought with Joshua returned to their tents, arms weary but spirits lifted. Moses gathered under the shade of a lone acacia to receive the Lord's further instruction. Zipporah brought their sons to him, gathering around the foot of the tree. There, Moses spoke of the journey's next stage, to ascend Mount Sinai, where the Lord would meet them in fire and thunder, amidst smoke and lightning. The people listened in hushed anticipation, aware that a great covenant lay ahead, a bond beyond the memory of oppression, a covenant that would shape them into a nation. Their path led northward, skirting the jagged ridges of the wilderness and crossing dry wadi beds, where spring waters sometimes gushed after winter rains. The terrain grew more rugged. Steep valleys opened into plateaus of wind-polished rock, and rocky outcrops cast long shadows in the afternoon sun. Yet wherever the pillars paused, the people found rest in the scant shade. Flints of promise gleamed, tattered palms growing between fissures, and pockets of lichen nourishing the sheep. At each stop, Moses sent scouts to seek fresh water and forage. By evening, the camp settled, and the children's laughter echoed off the stone walls. On the seventh day of their march from Rephidim, the summit of Mount Sinai rose before them like a silent titan. Its peak, crowned in swirling mists, seemed to touch heaven itself. At its base lay a vast plain of granite slabs and scrubby shrubs, an island of rock amid the desert sea. The pillar of cloud descended upon the mountain's shoulder, settling like a shroud, while the pillar of fire flickered at its edge as though awaiting a divine signal. Moses gathered the people at the mountain's foot, calling forward 12 chosen men, one from each tribe, to serve as witnesses and representatives of the soon-to-be-born nation. Zipporah stood among the women, her sons clasped to her, their wide eyes mirroring the grandeur of the scene. The air seemed to hum with expectation. Each Israelite laid aside weapons of war and flocks were tethered beyond the assembly area. A sacred hush fell, broken only by the sound of the wind whispering through scrub and the faint flutter of garments. As the people arranged themselves in a ring around the mountain's base, Moses ascended the slopes alone, his heart both humbled and exalted. The higher he climbed, the more the air cooled and the murmur of the crowd below faded until only the sound of his own breath remained. When he reached a plateau beneath a towering rocky escarpment, he paused to gather himself. There, the Lord's voice came again, this time sounding like the roar of many waters. Thus you shall say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel, you have seen what I did to the Egyptians, and how I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. Now therefore, if you will indeed obey my voice and keep my covenant, you shall be my own possession among all peoples, for all the earth is mine. And you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. Moses trembled at the weight of the words, yet a flame of resolve kindled within his spirit. Down the rocky slope, the people watched as Moses' form seemed to blend with the mountain's grandeur. The clouds swirled around the peak, illuminated by unseen light that flickered like embers. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a drumbeat of divine presence that set each heart to awe. Miriam struck her tambourine once again, and the people responded in soft harmony, their voices weaving through the boulders and valleys. That night, Israel stood at the threshold of covenant. Tents were pitched in careful rows, and fires were lit only at the mountain's edge. The priests prepared garments of white linen for the 12 representatives, and incense offerings were ready to perfume the rising smoke. Zipporah and the women gathered water from a nearby spring, chanting prayers of dedication as they carried jars to the priests. Children, their eyelids heavy, listened to tales of Jacob's ladder and Isaac's altar, their dreams filled with visions of smoke and lightning. In the stillness before dawn, Moses descended the mountain, the words of the covenant echoing in his heart. He shared them with the elders in a hush of reverence, and they ordained the people to prepare themselves, wash garments, abstain from work, and stand ready to meet the living God on the third day. The assembly obeyed, bowed in prayer, and awaited the unfolding of the greatest chapter in their journey. When the law would be given, the covenant sealed, and the people of Israel would be born anew beneath the blazing summit of Sinai. And thus, with dawn approaching, the camp of Israel lay in solemn anticipation. The winds carried the promise of thunder, the skies hinted at storm. Yet within each Israelite's soul glowed a steadfast flame of faith. They would stand, clothed in obedience and trust, ready to hear the voice of the Almighty, and to be shaped into a nation called by His name. Before the first light of dawn had fully scattered the night's shadows, the people of Israel awoke in their tents with hearts pounding in anticipation. All around, the plain at the foot of Mount Sinai lay still, save for the mist rising from the rocky ground and the soft murmur of voices offering whispered prayers. From within each tent came the rustle of garments being donned. Linen robes were smoothed free of dust, and sandals were tightened beneath eager feet. Zipporah helped her sons slip into their clean cloaks, pressing a gentle kiss upon each brow and murmuring, "Prepare your hearts to meet the living God." Throughout the camp, similar scenes unfolded. Mothers guiding children, fathers adjusting sashes at their waists, and elders fastening simple staffs for the journey across the open ground. Moses, roused before dawn, made his way to the appointed place between the camp and the mountain's base. There the priests stood ready, their linen garments gleaming pale in the faint glow of oil lamps. Incense burners swung gently in their hands, the fragrant smoke trailing upward to blend with the morning mist. Moses spoke softly to Aaron and the 70 elders, reminding them of the solemn charge to maintain sacred order and to guard the people from approaching the mountain. "Let no man or beast press near," he instructed. "Whoever touches the mountain shall surely die. Let the priests consecrate the people once more, that all may stand in purity. At his word, the elders began a low chant of consecration, their voices rising like a chorus of living stones. Meanwhile, Zipporah gathered with the other women at the spring near the eastern edge of the camp. There they drew water in earthen jars, offering quiet prayers as they filled each vessel. Some sang softly of deliverance. Out of the depths have I called, O Lord. Lord, hear my cry, their voices weaving hope into the morning air. Others knelt to anoint their sons' foreheads with oil, marking them as part of this holy assembly. Even the youngest children, though unsure of the words, pressed their palms together, learning in instinct what faith felt like. And when their jars were full, the women walked in careful procession to pour water upon the ground in front of the priests, each drop a symbol of cleansing, each ripple an echo of mercy. At that moment, a tremor rippled through the earth. The camp fell silent. From the height of Sinai came a low, resonant rumble, as though the mountain itself breathed. Clouds swirled around the summit, bright edges glowing like embers yet unseen by mortal eyes. A great wind whispered through the tents, lifting silt into the air and causing voices to drop to hushed tones. The people gazed upward in awe and fear. Somewhere within the mists, a trumpet blast sounded, clear, commanding, and unnervingly close. The priests broke into a steady rhythm of temple horns, calling Israel to stand apart, to keep their distance, to prepare for the Lord's descent. Moses raised his hand, and the priests halted their blowing. In the sudden stillness, the heartbeats of thousands seemed to align with the drum of distant thunder. Then the mountain spoke, not in words distinct to any one man, but as the voice of God echoed across the heights. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. The sound rolled like waves breaking upon rock, yet no water fell, no ocean stirred, only the conviction of divine presence that filled every soul. A tremor seized the earth again, stirring pebbles at men's feet and causing the flocks to stamp in gentle alarm. Thou shalt have no other gods before me, came the first command. Words that cut through the morning air with crystalline clarity. The people trembled, pressing palms to lips, bowing heads in recognition of a holiness beyond comprehension. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. At each phrase a hush deepened, a collective breath held in reverence. The wind stilled, even the sea of sand around them seemed to pause. Above, the clouds settled halfway down the mountain, its presence a living canopy under which the people stood as if in the very courts of heaven. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. The voice continued, and the words resonated like a sacred bell. The people's eyes lifted, seeking the veil of cloud above the summit, yearning to glimpse the one who spoke. They heard the rhythm of the law, an invitation into covenant love, a framework for life that would shape their journey for generations. Remember the Sabbath day, to keep it holy. Those words settled like a balm upon the groaning of feet and hearts. The promise of rest in the midst of hardship shone forth even in the desert's austerity. By mid-morning, the thunderous voice had spoken the first half of the commandments. The land itself seemed to listen. Birds paused on desert thorns, cattle stilled in the flocks, and the breeze held its breath. Moses stood at the foot of the cloud, his staff planted in the dust, surprised that his heart did not break under the weight of glory, but soared instead with gratitude. He raised his eyes to the summit before him, hidden within the veil of smoke and fire, and prayed silently for strength to receive all that remained to come. When the voice resumed, its tone bore the warmth of promise and the sternness of justice in equal measure. Honor thy father and thy mother, it intoned, and the people nodded, remembering the elders who had guided them, remembering mothers and fathers who had labored in Egypt's fields and taught the ancient words of their people. Tears glistened on cheeks hardened by sun and sorrow. Children grasped parents' hands, sensing the depth of these words in a way deeper than they understood. You shall not kill. Neither shalt thou commit adultery. Neither shalt thou steal. Neither shalt thou bear false witness. Each command fell like a jewel cast upon the desert floor, precious, indelible, demanding of their souls. Some buried their faces in hands. Others knelt and pressed foreheads to the ground. Only 4 commands remained, vast in their simplicity and scope. Thou shalt not covet. And the voice swelled, encompassing hearts and desires, drawing them toward a vision of wholeness, beyond the mere avoidance of wrong. Then came the last words of covenant stone. I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, but showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. In the hush that followed, the very desert trembled once more, as if the mountains and the sands recognized the ancient oath. Voices rose in a single breath of praise. Amen, echoing across the plain, a living affirmation of Israel's faith. As the final rumble faded, a stillness deeper than night settled among the people. They stood, unblinking, as if no breath dared stir. In that silence, Moses discerned a sacred invitation to draw near, to glimpse a holiness that could not be gazed upon and live, to accept by faith the love enshrined in these words. He stepped forward, glancing back at the multitude, women with children in their arms, men leaning on staves grown smooth, elders with eyes heavy yet sparkled with hope. With a calm voice he called, "Come up to me, you and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel. And you shall worship from afar." One by one the elders rose and followed Moses up the gentle slope of the mount's base. The cloud thickened around them, fragrant with incense and alive with light. Past the boundary that no Israelite dared cross, they moved into a sanctuary of smoke and thunder. There, before the hidden glory, they beheld a vision. Under his feet a pavement of sapphire stone, as clear as the sky itself. In trembling awe they fell upon their faces, crying out, "Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised." Their voices, hushed and reverent, formed a new anthem. An Aaronic blessing made music. Meanwhile, at the edge of the camp, Zipporah and the women waited with their children. They felt the earth resonate with the voices of the elders and the thunder of the law. Their hearts filled with wonder. Miriam, clad in white linen, led a soft hymn of thanksgiving. Women formed a circle, joining hands and swaying to the lullaby of praise that rose from the mountain's foot. Their children looked on with wide eyes, learning in that moment what it meant to be part of a living covenant. High upon the mount, Moses and the elders remained in the presence of the Lord for a time unmeasured by mortal clocks. Then Moses alone was called further upward, leaving Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, and the elders upon the lower plateau. The cloud enveloped him, and for 40 days and nights he tarried in the place where heaven and earth drew near, receiving not only the law but the pattern of the tabernacle, the sacrificial system, and the detailed instructions that would shape Israel's worship for centuries. Back in the camp, the people waited. The wind whispered through the tents and the fire pillar pulsed at dusk, reminding them of God's unfailing presence. Mothers told bedtime stories of the law given at Sinai, their voices soft and calm. Fathers taught psalms of David that would echo the deliverance of that morning. Children closed their eyes upon thoughts of thunder and smoke, dreaming of sapphire pavement and voices like many waters. At the end of 40 days, Moses descended from the mount. His face shone with reflected glory, so that when he spoke, Aaron and the elders could hardly bear to look at him. He brought the 2 tablets of stone, inscribed by the finger of God, and set them within the Ark of the Covenant. At their arrival, the people fell to their faces in reverent homage, worshiping the Lord who had spoken from the fire and smoke. There, at the foot of Sinai, Israel was born as a nation under law and grace, called to be a kingdom of priests, a holy people and a light to the nations. And though their journey would wind through wilderness and heartache, the thunder of Sinai would echo in their hearts forever, a reminder that their God was both just and merciful, jealous and compassionate, calling them ever onward toward fulfillment of the covenant promised to Abraham. A hush settled over the camp of Israel, as the people went about their morning tasks, tending flocks and checking provisions. The pillars of cloud and fire stood silent. Cloud paused low near the mountain's base, fire still glowing faintly at its edge. Inside the camp, a restlessness slept beneath the daily routines. Fathers sharpened knives for the altar, mothers gathered herbs for incense, and children played among the tents, their laughter drifting like wind through the desert. Yet in each heart there lay a question. Where is Moses? When will he return? It had been 40 days and nights since Moses had ascended Mount Sinai to commune with God, far above the clouds and thunder. During that time, the people had been instructed to consecrate themselves, to draw near only in purity and obedience. They had fasted and offered sacrifices, yet as days turned into weeks, their faith wavered. Anxiety edged into the camp like a creeping shadow, and murmurs of impatience grew louder with each sunrise. One morning, in the midst of sober routines, a voice rose above the others, a frightened whisper at first, growing urgent. Moses tarries too long. Perhaps he has perished on the mountain. The words spread like a desert fire, unfurling through families and across tents. Fear and uncertainty mingled, and soon the crowd gathered around Aaron, Moses' brother and second in command. They pressed in, voices clamoring, "Make us gods to lead us. For this Moses, the man who brought us up from Egypt, we do not know what has become of him." Aaron, his heart torn between loyalty to Moses and the mounting terror of the people, pleaded for patience. Yet the elders inveighed for action, their faces drawn with anxiety. Aaron remembered the golden earrings and pieces of fine jewelry the women had donated weeks before at the Passover. In a moment of frailty, he yielded to the crowd's demand. Calling for the jewelry, he cast it into the brazier. The molten gold pooled and flowed, and as he worked the craftsman's tools, a likeness emerged. A calf, its horns curved like the crescent moon, its body smooth and shining. The calf took shape under skilled hands. When it stood complete, its golden surface caught the sun's rays, gleaming with a false promise of divine presence. Aaron raised his voice over the rumble of murmurs and proclaimed, "These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up from the land of Egypt." A cheer went up, a relieved shout, a fierce roar of gratitude. Men raised their staffs in salute. Women danced, tambourines in hand, circling the calf with songs of praise. Children twirled in the dust, their voices bright as the metal idol. Sacrificial bulls were brought forward, and Aaron built an altar before the golden calf. The aroma of burning flesh and incense mingled in the air, rising in curling plumes that drifted toward the mountain. The community feasted and reveled, devoting the day to celebration. Yet beneath the festivities lay an undercurrent of dread, an unspoken awareness that something sacred had been broken. A solemn whisper flickered among a few faithful souls, but most were swept away by the music, the dancing and the laughter echoing under Sinai's shadow. High upon the mountain, God surveyed the scene with a heart heavy as Sinai's granite. The divine voice boiled with righteous anger. Go down, for your people whom you brought up out of Egypt have corrupted themselves. They have quickly turned aside from the way I commanded them. They have made themselves a golden calf and worshipped it, sacrificing to it and crying, "These are your gods, O Israel." In that moment, God's judgment blazed like desert fire. Now let me alone, that my wrath may burn hot against them, and that I may consume them. But of you I will make a great nation. Unbeknownst to the people, Moses stood within the cloud of God's presence, hearing the command. His heart quaked at the thought of the Lord's fierce anger, yet his love for the people burned brighter than fear. He pleaded before the Lord, "Why, O Lord, should your wrath burn against your own inheritance? Remember your covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Pardon the iniquity of this people according to the greatness of your mercy." Why should Egypt say, "They"? With evil intent he brought them out to kill them in the mountains and to consume them from the face of the earth. Moved by Moses' intercession, God's wrath abated. But the crisis remained. Moses set out from the cloud to return to the camp below. As he descended the rocky slope, the air grew thick with smoke from the altar fires and sweet incense from the calf. Shouts of revelry rolled uphill like a freight of stone. Moses' face, once lit by Sinai's radiance, now burned with sorrow and righteous indignation. In his hand he carried 2 tablets of stone, inscribed by the very finger of God. Reaching the camp's edge, Moses cast a searching gaze upon the revelers. The golden calf gleamed at the center of the assembly, a testament to their broken trust. His heart thundered, and in a single motion, swift as lightning, he hurled the stone tablets upon the ground. They shattered upon the rock-caked earth, the fragments scattering like wounded stars. A silence fell so deep it swallowed the drum of festival drums and the rustle of skirts. The people froze, eyes wide with shock, as Moses stepped forward. People froze, eyes wide with shock, as Moses stepped forward. "Whoever is on the Lord's side, come to me," Moses cried. At his voice, the Levites, the tribe set apart for priestly service, rose from among the crowd. They drew swords not to kill, but to rescue the camp from idolatry. Under Moses' command, they moved through the assembly, urging each Israelite to turn from the calf and to return to the worship of the one true God. Some wept openly, confessing their folly. Others trembled as they offered the metal fragments of the calf for destruction. Aaron stood at the altar's ruin, his eyes brimming with tears, unable to speak. Moses gathered the calf's dross, ground it to dust, and tossed it into the brook that flowed at the camp's edge. As the metal shimmered beneath the water, it vanished from sight, a symbol of Israel's repentance and of God's mercy that could wash away even the gleam of gold. Then Moses rose and stood before the people. Voice soft but unwavering, "You have prostituted yourselves with the calf, yet now seek forgiveness from the Lord. Repent, for the Lord is merciful to those who turn to him in contrition." At these words, a communal lamentation rose, voices breaking with sorrow, hearts laid bare before the divine. In the warmth of midday, Moses returned to the tabernacle tent, seeking the Lord's presence once more. There he offered himself as substitute, saying, "If you will not forgive their sin, blot me out of the book you have written." God's response came as a gentle breeze through the tent, "I have forgiven, as you have interceded. Yet those who have sinned shall bear their own iniquity. As for you, go and lead my people forward." Moses emerged from the tent with calm resolve, gathering the 70 elders to hear the Lord's voice. He recounted the forgiveness granted and the path of atonement to follow. Instructions were given for daily offerings, for restitution of silver, and for renewal of the covenant. Thus, the community once broken by idolatry was knit again by repentance and by the steadfast grace of the Almighty. By evening the camp of Israel stood beneath their broken tablets, yet their faith glowed stronger than before. A new set of tablets would be carved from living rock, bearing the same divine inscription. But more than stone, the law was written now upon the hearts of those who had seen their sin and tasted forgiveness. In the hush before nightfall, people gathered around small fires, recounting the day's lessons, the peril of impatience, the peril of compromise, and the power of intercession. Zipporah gathered her sons close, brushing strands of hair from their foreheads. "Remember this day," she whispered, "and know that the Lord is merciful to those who humble themselves. He will forgive and restore." Children's eyes grew heavy, but they clung to her words with trust. Fathers offered prayers of thanks for relief from wrath, and mothers sang soft hymns of mercy. As stars emerged one by one above Sinai's summit, the pillars of cloud and fire resumed their watch, cloud above the mountain, fire within its folds, silent reminders that the Lord's presence remained, even when the path grew steep or the journey dark. And beneath the eternal sky, Israel rested with hope renewed, their covenant not severed by folly, but reforged in the furnace of forgiveness, ready to rise with the dawn and follow their God toward the promised land. Before the first hint of dawn caressed the horizon, Moses stirred within his tent, the memory of yesterday's whirlwind of repentance still fresh upon his heart. Around him Israel slept beneath the compass of Sinai, their breaths rising and falling like gentle waves across a calm sea. The pillars of cloud and fire stood vigilant as ever, the cloud lingering low upon the mountain's shoulder, the fire's glow dim but constant within its folds. In the hush Moses rose, wrapped himself in a simple cloak, and stepped onto the cool desert sand to join Aaron and the elders at the mouth of the tabernacle tent. There, Moses spoke softly of God's mercy and justice, reminding them how the fervent prayers of intercession had turned away wrath and begun a renewal of covenant. Aaron's eyes, still bright with tears of relief, met Moses's, and the elders bowed their heads in silent gratitude. Then Moses called the craftsmen and scribes forward, for the first task of the new day was to fashion fresh tablets of stone upon which God's words would be inscribed once more. In a quiet corner of the camp, craftsmen gathered hewed stones brought from the cleft of the mountain, now smooth and ready. Soldiers and shepherds paused in their duties, leaving tools and flocks to stand still, for this was a moment of consecration. Joshua knelt beside Moses, lifting each stone and placing it upon a wide table, carved of acacia wood. By torchlight, and by the pale light of dawn, the artisans set to work, chiseling each block into the shape of 2 tablets, their edges rounded with careful precision. As copper tools struck stone, the ringing sound was like solemn music, notes of dedication sung into the very heart of creation. While the tablets took shape, Moses summoned young scribes, men of faith and steady hand, to prepare the ink and stylus that would later record the finger-traced words of heaven. Jars of crushed lapis and powdered black earth were mixed with oil, forming a paste that gleamed like the night sky under lamplight. The scribes tested handfuls of the mixture on scraps of parchment, ensuring each letter would hold fast against wind and wear. All around, families paused to watch. Mothers lifted children to see the stones. Fathers placed hands upon the shoulders of sons, teaching them to look upon this moment as the very forging of Israel's soul. By midday the tablets stood ready, 2 blank slates carved from Sinai's own heart. Moses wrapped them in white linen and carried them to the tabernacle's inner tent, where only he and Aaron might enter. Inside, Aaron trimmed the lamb's breast and designated the breast and right thigh portions as holy offerings, symbolizing the renewal of the priestly covenant. The sweet aroma of sacrifice drifted into the courtyard, mingling with desert breezes that carried the scent of acacia and tamarisk. When all was prepared, Moses knelt before the Holy of Holies, lifting the tablets high. In the hush that followed, the veil of the cloud descended, and Moses heard again the voice that had thundered the law at Sinai. This time, no bolt of fire split the sky. Instead, a still, small voice traced each command upon his heart, as if writing anew upon living stone. When at last the voice faded, Moses emerged once more, his eyes luminous with the reflection of the untold glory he had beheld. He placed the tablets gently into the waiting hands of Aaron, who then bore them to the ark of acacia wood, its lid of pure gold already in place, the two cherubim poised overhead. As the tablets entered the ark, a hush fell across the camp, as though all Israel paused to witness the moment when heaven's words found their earthly home once more. With the ark secured, Moses gathered Aaron and the 70 elders at the foot of the mountain. There, he narrated the morning's events, recounting how the tablets had been renewed and the covenant reaffirmed. The elders bowed, their beards brushing the dust, and offered prayers of thanksgiving that rose like incense in the cool air. Miriam led the women in a song of joyful praise, her tambourine ringing a clear refrain, "O magnify the Lord with me, and let us exalt his name together." Children clapped their hands and stamped their feet, laughter mingling with the women's voices, weaving a tapestry of celebration that drifted towards Sinai's summit. Even the flocks seemed to murmur, bleats soft as prayer, as they gathered under the watchful eyes of shepherds. As afternoon ripened into evening, the pillars stirred once more. The cloud lifted from the mountain's base, rolling upward like a banner unfurling, while the fire pillar glowed brighter against deepening skies. Moses stood before the people and spoke. "Rise up, sons and daughters of Israel. Gather your possessions and your hearts tonight. We march on in humility and trust. The Lord has spoken. His words have been renewed, and we shall carry them with us as living stones upon our hearts." A great cheer rose, not of triumph born of conquest, but of covenant born of mercy. A sound soft and warm, like embers glowing after a fire. Thus began the second ascent of Sinai. Moses, Aaron, and the chosen elders stepped onto the path that wound into the mountain's folds. The people watched, mothers clasping children, fathers resting hands upon staves, young men standing tall, until the ascending figures were cloaked in twilight. In the depths of the wilderness, Sinai's flanks shone faintly, as though strewn with stardust, and the wind carried the echo of renewed promise. Back in the camp, life resumed its rhythm under the guiding pillars. By lamplight and lantern glow, the artisans turned to new labors, weaving fine curtains of blue, purple, and scarlet, embroidering golden cherubim upon linen screens, crafting poles of acacia into hollow shafts, hammering planks and beams into the framework of the tabernacle itself. Each task was entrusted to those whose hearts burned with dedication. Bezalel of the tribe of Judah, whose hands shaped metal and wood with uncanny skill, and Oholiab of Dan, whose art breathed life into silver and cloth. Under their guidance, the tabernacle's structure rose like a promise built of stone, wood, and thread. Women collected bundles of acacia bark and cleansed them in nearby springs, bruising them to extract pitch for ceiling boards. Young girls gathered tendrils of flax, spinning fine threads upon simple wheels. Boys fetched baskets of goat hair and camel hair, carrying them up dusty paths to weavers whose looms clacked in steady rhythm. The air sang with hammers, whistles of spinning wheels, and low voices reciting instructions passed down from Moses at the mountain's edge. It was as if the entire camp became a single workshop, a living, breathing tabernacle under construction. All the while the ground trembled ever so slightly, as though Sinai itself were alive, flowing with the rhythm of creation. As evening advanced, the sky deepened to ink, and the fire pillar blazed at the mountain's crest like a beacon of home. Families gathered at their tent flaps, cups of water in hand, and watched the flickering light dance in the night. Soft lullabies rose as mothers soothed their children to sleep, their words weaving the promise of shelter in the place where heaven met earth. Under the shadow of your wings the Lord will keep you safe. He will bear you close to his heart, and in his love you shall abide. In the early watches, as a cool breeze whispered through the camp, a sudden hush fell, a stillness deep and expectant. The fire's glow pulsed once, then twice, as though responding to an unseen signal. And from the cliff-lined heights a soft glow emerged, lines of flame tracing the outline of the mountain's path, illuminating the ascent of Moses and the elders. Below, the people stirred in sleep and in wakefulness, feeling the nearness of God as a tender embrace around their camp. By dawn, the tabernacle's outer framework stood complete. The bronze altar, the wash basin, the fine linen curtains drawn back to reveal the holy place within. The courtyard's hangings of white linen fluttered at the pillars, each one anointed with oil. A sense of anticipation hung in the air, rich as incense. And at the center of it all, the Ark of the Covenant rested within the unfinished tabernacle, its golden cherubim, a silent promise that God's presence would dwell among his people. When at last Moses and the elders descended the mountain's slope, their faces bore a calm brilliance. They moved through the camp as the sun crested the horizon, and each family paused to bow in reverence. Moses stood at the tabernacle threshold, raising his staff to bless the work begun. "Behold," he declared, "the Lord has spoken. Take courage, all who love him, and carry forward the skill born of his Spirit. For soon he will dwell among us, and we shall know that he is God in truth." A chorus of voices rose, a single unified song of blessing and hope. The pillars of cloud and fire steadied above the tabernacle, marking it as the center of a new kind of journey. And as the people of Israel set aside their tools at last and gathered before the dawning tabernacle, each heart glowed with a quiet certainty that they marched not alone in the wilderness, but under the shelter of heaven itself, with the word of God etched upon living hearts and the promise of presence shining brighter than any star. Before the first rays of dawn spilled across the desert plain, the people of Israel assembled before the newly erected tabernacle. The morning air was cool and filled with the scent of incense that still lingered from the previous night's consecration. Lamps burned softly within the outer courtyard, illuminating the bronze altar, the laver of water, and the woven linen curtains that guarded the entrance to the holy place. Fathers led their families forward, mothers gathered children by the hand, and elders stood apart in quiet reverence. All eyes were drawn to the shimmering ark within the tent, its golden mercy seat crowned by cherubim, whose wings arched protectively above the sacred tablets. Moses stepped into the courtyard, dressed in simple linen garments that contrasted with the elaborate robes soon to clothe Aaron and his sons. He raised his staff, and a hush descended. The tabernacle's first morning service was about to begin. At Moses' word, the Levites formed a circle around the altar, their faces set with purpose. They carried baskets of fine flour and jars of olive oil, gifts for the grain offering, and bundles of fragrant incense. Priests arrived from their tents clad in garments of blue, purple, and scarlet, their ephods shining with gold and embroidered gemstones. Aaron stood at Moses' side, his breastplate gleaming, ready to fulfill the role appointed to him. In the stillness, Moses spoke. "Today the Lord calls you to sacred service. Aaron and his sons shall minister at my altar, They shall burn incense before me, and offer sacrifices for the people's atonement. You, Levites, shall bear the weight of the tabernacle's furnishings, guard its entrances, and sing the songs of the sanctuary. Keep yourselves pure, for the Lord dwells in your midst. The crowd bowed as one, their feet pressing into the cool sand, hearts stirred with solemn joy. First Moses led Aaron and his sons Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar to the bronze laver. There, at the water's edge, they washed their hands and feet, symbolizing purification. Zipporah watched from the tent flaps, her heart swelling at the sight of her husband and nephews stepping forward in obedience. Children clung to their father's robes, catching glimpses of the rising mist as water ran from the priest's garments onto the sand below. Next, the garments of high priesthood were brought forth. Aaron stood still as garments of blue cloth woven with gold thread were placed upon him. The tunic and sash, the robe of the ephod with its Bathsheba fringe, and the breastplate adorned with 12 precious stones, each stone bearing the name of a tribe of Israel. Moses wrapped the turban of fine linen around Aaron's head, tucking the golden plate inscribed "Holy to the Lord" before his brow. A hush fell so deep that the soft scrape of leather was audible. When the finery was in place, Aaron stood transformed, not merely a man but a living symbol of the covenant between God and his people. Then came the anointing. Moses took the sacred oil, fragrant mixture of myrrh, cinnamon, cassia, and olive oil, and poured it upon Aaron's head. The congregation inhaled its sweetness as the oil streamed down his garments. Aaron closed his eyes as the smell of consecration filled his senses. Moses whispered a prayer. By this holy anointing you are set apart to minister before the Lord. As your brothers stand in the camp, stand you before God. Your hands shall bless, your lips shall intercede, your life shall bear the sign of holiness. The crowd exhaled in unison, and a ripple of soft weeping moved through the assembly. Aaron's sons then took their turn. Each young man wore a simple sash of white linen. Moses anointed their hands and feet, a sign that they too were consecrated for service, measuring the grain, trimming the lamps, handling the vessels of the sanctuary. The golden incense pan passed from father to sons, its chains dangling as they inhaled the fragrance that would accompany their prayers for the people. Zipporah pressed her sons close, explaining that God's presence would dwell within the tabernacle, and that these anointed hands would offer peace on their behalf. With the priests consecrated, Moses turned to the Levites. You are given the care of this tent of meeting, he said, and of all its furnishings. You shall bear its poles upon your shoulders, dismantle and assemble its boards and frames, and guard its doors that no unclean one may enter. The Levites bowed, stepping forward with measured solemnity. Cloth straps of fine linen were tied at their waists, and silver hooks were passed into their hands, hooks for the curtain rods, straps for the boards. They practiced lifting the poles and carrying the boards, learning the rhythm of movement that would guide the tabernacle's migration across the wilderness. All morning, the tabernacle's morning offerings took place. The priests kindled the altar fire anew, its flames fed by unseasoned wood and the blood of the morning sacrifice. The grain offering was presented, fine flour mixed with oil and frankincense, baked as cakes and broken pieces. As the priests lifted each piece on the smoke of the altar, the people stood in silent awe, their whispered prayers rising with the incense. The sounds of the sanctuary, the crackle of fire, the murmur of prayer, the soft clatter of vessels, woven into a tapestry of worship that held the camp in sacred unity. When the morning service concluded, the people departed to tend their flocks and share the first meal of the day. Zipporah led her sons back to the tent, blessing each of them once more. May you always remember this day, when the Lord called men to stand before him and to dwell in the midst of his people. Serve him with pure hands and joyful hearts. The children's eyes shone with wonder as they tasted fresh bread and goat's milk, the warm rays of the sun chasing away the chill of dawn. As midday approached, the desert heat rose, and the camp took its midday rest. Under the woven shade of acacia boughs, groups of families gathered to eat, speak in hushed tones of the morning's marvels, and prepare for the afternoon's tasks. Mothers wove cloths, binding them with embroidery of blue and purple. Fathers sharpened blades for offerings to come. Women ground frankincense and myrrh for evening incense. Over it all, the pillar of cloud drifted lazily above, casting a cool shadow over the tabernacle and its courtyard. Meanwhile, Moses withdrew to the mountain's base to receive further instruction. There, the Lord spoke of the rhythm of worship. He desired, twice each day would offerings be made, once at dawn, once at dusk. The grain offering would accompany each, and the incense would rise in the holy place as a pleasing aroma. On the Sabbath, no work would touch the tabernacle. On the new moon, special offerings would be brought, and festivals, Passover weeks, trumpets, Day of Atonement, and booths would mark the seasons, binding the people in shared remembrance of God's deliverance and covenant love. With these laws inscribed upon his heart, Moses returned to the camp at the third hour of the day. He found the Levites practicing their duties, lifting frames and threading curtains. The artisans hammered golden clasps into the priestly garments. The metal workers polished the lampstand's 7 branches until each cup gleamed like molten silver. Seeing the people at work in unity, Moses felt joy swell within him, for God's presence was being woven into the very fabric of their community. At the 6th hour, the priests prepared for the evening sacrifice. Once more Aaron washed at the laver, and Zipporah watched from her tent as the oil lamps were trimmed and lit. Shadows lengthened across the courtyard, and the air cooled as the sun dipped toward the western horizon. A hush again descended as the priests offered the evening lamb, an atonement for sin, a symbol of the blood that spoke of mercy. Grain cakes were baked and raised. Incense was kindled upon the altar of incense within the holy place. The smoke curled through the tent's confines, a fragrant veil that symbolized the people's prayers. As the final flake of strawberry-colored light faded from the sky, the priests sounded the silver trumpets. Their calls echoed across the camp, 2 blasts at the beginning of the watch, one at its close, signaling the gates to open and offering an invitation to all who would draw near. Zipporah and her sons stood with their neighbors, lifting their heads at the call, knowing that God's sanctuary was alive with worship through the long night. Under the vault of stars, the tabernacle's lamps glowed like a beacon. The children's laughter had given way to soft murmurs as families shared the day's blessings. Mothers rocked infants to sleep in arms heavy with awe. Fathers blessed their children's dreams with words of peace. Aaron and his sons patrolled the courtyard, ensuring the fire remained kindled and the incense fresh upon the golden altar. The tabernacle pulsed with the presence of the living God, a presence more real than the desert wind or the heavens above. In the silent watches, Moses walked the perimeter of the camp. He paused before each tent, pausing at the sight of Zipporah's tent tucked beside the women's quarters. He knelt upon the sand and prayed, his heart echoing the psalm he had taught the people. The Lord is gracious and merciful, slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love. He will not always chide, nor will he keep his anger forever. He has not dealt with us according to our sins, nor rewarded us according to our iniquities. In that prayer, Moses offered thanksgiving for the mercy that had raised the tabernacle from sands and tents, for the covenant that bound a free people to their faithful God, and for the presence that would dwell among them wherever the pillars might lead. The wind whispered through the screens of the tabernacle, as if in response, and the fire within glowed brighter for a moment, a silent affirmation of divine delight. When at last Moses rose and returned to his tent, the camp lay hushed beneath a canopy of countless stars. The tabernacle's lamps still burned, a sign of unending worship, an altar alive with the prayers and praise of a people newly born to purpose. As sleep claimed his weary limbs, Moses' mind raced with the tasks yet to come. Further instruction for the priests, detailed plans for the courtyard, counsel for the judges he would appoint. But beneath it all was peace, the deep peace of one who walks with God, who leads a people in the ways of holiness, and who knows that the Lord's presence, once summoned, abides forever. And so, in the soft darkness of that first full day of service, Israel slept under the promise of the sanctuary, each breath cradled by the same love that had drawn them out of Egypt, that had shaped them in covenant, and that now led them step by step through the wilderness, toward a land of rest, toward a fulfillment as sure as the tabernacle's steady glow. Before the dawn's first light, a gentle stir ran through the camp of Israel. The hush of night still clung to the air, but already Moses was awake, seated beneath the tabernacle's awning. Beside him lay the weighty sandals he had worn the day before. In his hand his staff rested lightly. While the priests and Levites slept, Moses listened for a familiar tread, the approach of his father-in-law, Jethro of Midian, who had journeyed across the desert to see the wonders the Lord had wrought. As pale fingers of light brushed the eastern sky, Jethro's figure emerged, a tall man robed in Midianite linen, his silvered beard glowing softly in the early light. Behind him came Zipporah and their 2 sons, faces bright with relief at the reunion. Moses rose to greet them, embracing Jethro with both joy and reverence. "Father," he said, "blessed be your coming. The Lord has guided us to this day, and your counsel will be a blessing." Together they walked into the still cool courtyard, where the pillars of cloud and fire hovered at the tabernacle's edge, announcing God's presence even before speech began. Over bread and goat's milk, Jethro listened as Moses recounted the events since their flight from Egypt. The plagues, the Exodus, the crossing of the sea, the gift of the law, and the tabernacle's consecration. He heard how the people had grown in faith, yet stumbled in sin, how the covenant had been broken by the golden calf and then renewed, and how the sanctuary now stood at the heart of the camp. Jethro's eyes shone with wonder, for he perceived the hand of the Almighty in every toil, every sacrifice, every hidden provision. When Moses paused, Jethro spoke. "The Lord is great indeed, and his ways are perfect. I bring you greetings from the wilderness of Midian, where your flock still grazes beneath the acacia trees." He handed Moses a small pouch of olives and figs, gifts of kinship and sustenance. As the sun rose higher, the camp awakened. The clang of artisans forging tent pegs mingled with the murmur of Levites practicing pole lifting, and the soft bleating of flocks echoed beneath Sinai's slopes. Yet as the day wore on, a lament rose in the hearts of observers. Moses sat each morning at the entrance to the tabernacle, judging disputes from dawn until nightfall. From simple quarrels over grazing rights to deep questions of law and custom, every voice came to Moses. Men and women stood in line, waiting their turn as the sun stretched across the sky, their burdens pressing ever heavier upon his spirit. Zipporah watched anxiously as her husband's face grew drawn with weariness. By midday, Jethro had seen enough. He approached his son-in-law with the gentle courage of a loving elder. "What is this you are doing for the people?" he asked softly. Moses explained his role. He sat as judge, hearing every matter great and small, and made decisions according to the Lord's law. Jethro's brow furrowed with concern. "This is not best," he counseled, his voice calm as the desert breeze. "You and the people will grow weary. Listen now to my advice, and may our God be with you." Moses leaned in to hear, relief mingled with anticipation in his eyes. Jethro outlined a new structure. Select from among the people able men, God-fearing, trustworthy, and free from dishonest gain. Appoint them as leaders over thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens. Let them judge the minor disputes, reserving the difficult cases for you alone. If you do this and God so commands, you will lighten your load and the people will go home happy. Moses' heart leapt at the wisdom of these words, for he had longed for relief and cared deeply for the people's well-being. He bowed in gratitude, whispering, "Blessed be the Lord for speaking through you, Father." Without delay, Moses gathered the people at the tabernacle's courtyard. With Jethro standing beside him, he proclaimed the new plan. "Brothers and sisters," he said, "the Lord has heard your cries and mine. You shall choose among you capable men, God-fearing, honest, wise, who will serve as judges over smaller groups. They will handle every dispute, bringing only the most difficult matters to me. Thus, justice will flow swiftly, and none shall stand long under the burden of conflict." Murmurs of agreement and relief swept through the crowd. Fathers embraced mothers, children clapped, and elders nodded, praising the Lord's provision. That very afternoon, the tribes selected their judges. From Judah came a man named Eliab, whose voice carried calm strength. From Issachar, Azarel, known for his fairness. From Zebulun, Hoshea, whose wisdom was spoken of in every tent. And from each tribe others who bore the marks of integrity and devotion. Moses and Aaron laid hands upon them, praying for the Spirit's guidance. "May the Lord grant you discernment like that of Samuel of old, wisdom like Solomon's, and hearts steadfast in justice." The newly appointed judges bowed low, humbled by the trust placed in them. Immediately, workload lightened. Men and women who once waited days for an audience with Moses now found their disputes resolved swiftly by local judges. Flocks were returned to rightful owners, debts were settled, injuries and slander found fair hearing. The judges brought those matters they could not resolve to Moses at the tabernacle, freeing him to focus on the law's heart and on interceding for the people before God. Each morning Moses arose refreshed, his voice clearer, his spirit at peace, knowing that the Lord's provision had come in the form of capable leaders. In the days that followed, the camp settled into a new rhythm. The tabernacle services continued, twice daily offerings, weekly Sabbaths, monthly rituals, and yearly festivals, while civil affairs were administered by the judges under tents of acacia and the shade of desert palms. Zipporah found Moses with renewed joy. He greeted their children each evening with laughter unclouded by fatigue. Jethro lingered for many days, teaching the judges the ways of Midianite hospitality and counsel, sharing stories of desert trade routes and of accords made under the stars. His presence was a blessing, a living example of wisdom allied with humility. One clear morning, Jethro called Moses aside. "My son," he said, "you have performed your service well. The people are blessed, and you are at peace. It is time I return to my own land. May the Lord guide your steps, as he has guided mine." Moses embraced him, tears shining like dew on the desert grass. "Father," he replied, "your counsel has been a treasure. Blessed shall be your name among all who gather here." Jethro turned to Zipporah and her sons, embracing them. "Be strong in faith," he told them, "for you walk under the banner of the Lord." Then, mounting his camel, he departed down the winding valley road. his form framed by the pillars of cloud and fire. With Jethro gone, the camp felt both the absence of a beloved guide and the comfort of a covenant fulfilled. Moses convened the judges beneath the tabernacle's awning, reminding them of their charge to administer justice with mercy, to instruct the people in the law, and to lead with humility. The judges listened in solemn devotion, each one mindful that his authority came not from human lineage, but from the Lord who had delivered them from slavery. As they scattered to their appointed posts, one to the east gate, another beyond the flocks, another by the women's quarters, the covenant between judge and people was sealed in a quiet vow to uphold righteousness. In the weeks that followed, Israel's journey resumed. Under the cloud's guidance, the tabernacle was struck and borne upon the shoulders of Levites. The camp broke in perfect order, elders first, families following, flocks and herds trailing. As feet pressed into the shifting sands, young and old sang hymns of trust. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. And so, step by patient step, the people moved deeper into the wilderness of Sinai. Their path was no longer burdened by unresolved disputes, and their hearts carried the ease of justice administered in love. Moses went before them into the tent of meeting each morning, communing with God in prayer. Aaron and his sons tended the altar and incense. The judges gathered at camp's edge to hear the people's concerns, and the Levites prepared the tabernacle's poles for travel. As the day waned and the sun dipped low, the tabernacle's lamps were lit once more, and the evening offering was made. Families gathered beneath the glow, sharing bread and gratitude. Zipporah and her sons stood beside Moses and Aaron, their laughter unburdened, their faces serene. The children listened as their father recounted the wisdom that Jethro had shared, and how the Lord had provided not only law but also leaders to sustain the people in righteousness. When the last light of sunset faded, and the pillars of cloud and fire settled into their nightly watch, Israel rested in peace. No longer did Moses bear the weight of every dispute alone. No longer did the people languish under the burden of unresolved conflict. Instead, they walked in unity, guided by the law inscribed on stone, led by priests and judges anointed by the Lord's own hand, and sheltered by the promise that wherever they went, God would dwell among them, shepherding them toward the land of promise. As the first light of morning painted Sinai's slopes in soft rose and gold, the camp of Israel awakened beneath the whispering breath of the desert wind. The cool air still carried the scent of incense from the tabernacle's morning offering, mingling with the faint aroma of dew upon acacia leaves. At the signal of the priest's silver trumpets, the Levites gently lifted the poles of the tabernacle curtains, and the breeze teased the fine linen hangings into a gentle dance. Women gathered their veils and baskets, offering quiet prayers of gratitude, while children clutched leavened rolls baked the day before, eyes wide with anticipation for the day's journey. Moses and Aaron stood side by side as the cloud above Sinai began its graceful ascent, a living banner guiding the people onward. Under that cloud, the march began. Elders stepped forward, staffs in hand, their faces set with quiet determination. Families followed in ordered ranks, fathers shouldering bundles of provisions, mothers cradling infants at their hips, and older children trailing behind flocks of sheep and goats, whose soft bleating blended with the murmur of human voices. Each hoofbeat stirred eddies of pale sand, which shimmered in the dawn light like scattered stardust. Along the column's edges, the newly consecrated judges, men of honor and wisdom, walked on, ready to hear disputes during rest stops, easing Moses's burden and ensuring justice followed wherever their steps led. Mid-morning found the camp halting beside a rocky wadi, its bed dry but fringed with scrubby bushes whose roots had tapped hidden springs. Here, the priests made ready the altar fire, arranging unseasoned wood with solemn care. Aaron's sons drew water from the tabernacle's laver, washing hands and feet in token of purity before the grain offering commenced. The scent of fine flour mixed with olive oil and frankincense rose like a gentle cloud above the altar, and as the priests lifted each handful to the fire, the people bowed their heads, voices hushed in silent prayer. For a moment, the bustle of travel gave way to the sacred rhythm of worship, binding the community together in a shared breath of devotion. When the last ember faded, the camp resumed its journey. Along winding paths between sandstone cliffs, shepherds guided flocks to nibble sparse grasses, while mothers pointed out distant oases to curious children. Young boys chased one another up rocky outcrops, laughter echoing against bare stone as they played games of daring. Zipporah walked beside her sons, teaching them the names of desert flowers, wild lilies, whose petals bloomed only at dawn, and sunflowers whose faces turned ever eastward, seeking the sun's first rays. In these simple lessons, the children learned that even amid barrenness, life took root where God's care was present. By afternoon, the sun climbed high and the desert heat rippled in waves. Judges set up makeshift benches of split acacia logs, gathering those with grievances, a dispute over grazing rights here, a disagreement about water shares there. Joshua and the other appointed leaders rose to speak, their voices calm and measured. Mothers paused in their work, listening respectfully, as conflicts resolved swiftly by men known for their integrity. When noon bread was broken and shared, there came the relief of fellowship. Women passing baskets of dates, fathers offering sips of cool water. Even the flocks languished less in the midday heat, the air heavy with the promise of the next camp. Late in the day, the first distant hills of the Promised Land shimmered on the horizon, rounded slopes of green and brown, gentle ridges that whispered of vineyards and fertile valleys. A murmur rose among the people. Behold, Canaan's hills, hearts quicken. Mothers gathered children in their arms, pointing toward the promised fields where milk and honey flowed. Fathers touched their staffs, recalling the words spoken at Sinai. I will bring you into a land flowing with milk and honey. Yet Moses, ever mindful of God's timing, raised his hand for silence and reminded them, this day we rest at understanding the glory that awaits, but tomorrow we will draw nearer still. God's promise will guide our steps. That evening, the pillars of cloud and fire settled above a gentle plateau by a spring whose waters ran clear and sweet. The tabernacle framework was set once more, boards aligned, poles secured, and curtains drawn. Priests trimmed the lamps of pure olive oil within the holy place. Levites grounded incense and arranged it on the golden altar, preparing for the evening offering. Zipporah and the women kindled small braziers outside their tents, weaving mats of fresh palm fronds upon which to sit and recall the day's wonders. As the lamps flickered to life, their glow mingled with the fire pillar's embers, casting a soft radiance across the camp. When the priests raised the evening lamb's blood upon the altar, the air thrummed with reverent hush. Grain cakes were presented, and incense rose in spirals of fragrance. In the courtyard, a mother sang her children a lullaby drawn from David's Psalter. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. Their voices, fragile as wings, soared upward, carried on the breeze toward the distant hills. Men and women paused, leaning on staves, eyes closed in sacred communion. Children, eyelids heavy, leaned against their parents, soothed by the melody of divine care. After the offering, Moses gathered the judges beneath the tabernacle's awning. The western sky glowed coral as he spoke of the new day's plan. Dispatch scouts to the hills of Canaan to survey the land, its towns, its strengths and weaknesses. Their task would be to return with knowledge to guide the people's steps. Joshua stood among the judges, steady and brave, while Caleb, whose faith had shone at Sinai, listened with eager hope. Moses explained, "Go as men of courage, filled with the Spirit. See the land, not only its vineyards and olive groves, but the hearts of the people who dwell there. Bring back a report that will shape our journey and our faith." Each judge felt the weight and honor of the charge, understanding that their words could lift or dampen a nation's hope. By the flicker of desert stars, 10 of the elders prepared their packs, empty jars to gather grapes, poles for carrying clusters, measuring ropes for field sizes. Joshua and Caleb sought no sack but leaned instead on their staves, trusting in the Lord's promise. Moses prayed over each man, laying hands upon their shoulders and asking God to grant them vision, eyes to see danger and promise, hearts to trust in provision, and voices to speak truth. As each man received the blessing, their faces reflected the soft firelight, determined yet humble, ready to step beyond the camp's security. That night, the camp of Israel lay in expectancy. Mothers whispered prayers for the spies' safe return, and fathers shared memories of Joseph's vineyards in Goshen, drawing parallels between past sweetness and future promise. Even the flocks seemed to settle with quiet calm, their soft breathing a lullaby beneath Sinai's dome. Zipporah closed her son's eyes with a blessing on their lips. "May you grow in courage as they journey forth, and may your hearts remain steadfast in the Lord." Under a canopy of countless stars, the tabernacle's lamps shone like beacons of hope. The cloud above settled into an obedient guardian, and the fire within pulsed like a heartbeat, reminding all that God's presence remained steadfast. In the stillness of night, the people dreamed of rolling hills, of grape clusters heavy on the vine, and of a land flowing with milk and honey, a land that awaited the faithful, ready to receive them as children welcomed home after a long journey. By dawn's first glow, the 10 scouts had departed quietly from the camp. Their footsteps were muffled on the soft sand as they passed the tabernacle's entrance, heading northward toward the border where Canaan's lights first gleamed. Moses, standing once more at the courtyard's edge, watched them go with a mixture of hope and concern. He turned then to Aaron and the remaining judges, saying softly, "Let us guard the camp and keep the people in unity and prayer. Soon they will return with a report that will test our faith." Aaron nodded, placing a reassuring hand upon Moses' shoulder. Around them, the camp began again the rhythm of daily life, offering worship, justice, and preparation, each moment woven into the tapestry of a journey defined by divine promise and human trust. And so, with the first steps of scouting echoing into the horizon, Israel stood on the cusp of promise, poised between wilderness and inheritance, their hearts carried forward by the pillars of cloud and fire, their eyes fixed on the hills that whispered of God's unchanging faithfulness. Before the first light of dawn, the 10 scouts slipped quietly from the camp, their footsteps soft upon the sand. Guided by starlight and by Moses' blessing, they pressed northward into the borderlands of Canaan, hearts beating with equal measures of hope and fear. Each man carried a small pack of provisions, bread, figs, and dried fish, alongside empty skin jars for gathering fruit. Joshua and Caleb lingered at the edge of the tabernacle's courtyard, watching their comrades' silhouettes vanish into the growing gray, and prayed that their faith would prove stronger than doubt. As sunlight crept over the hills, the scouts found themselves in a land unlike any they had known. Rolling vineyards climbed terraced slopes, their rows heavy with clusters of purple grapes that glistened like jewels. Olive trees, their gnarled trunks thick with centuries of growth, stretched silvery green boughs across rocky outcrops. Narrow streams cut through fertile valleys, feeding reeds and rushes that bowed beneath the morning breeze. Birds, doves, quail, and swift-winged larks danced above their heads, filling the air with song. It was a land that flowed with abundance, yet shadows lingered at the edges. Fortified cities perched upon high hills and dark ravines that hid watchful eyes. The scouts divided into small groups to cover more ground, agreeing to reconvene at the mouth of a deep gorge by the day's end. Each party chose its own path. Some followed the sweet murmur of a brook, others climbed terraces to gaze into the distance. As they walked, Joshua's group paused to taste figs from low-hanging trees. The sweetness burst upon their tongues, and he whispered, "This is the fruit of promise." Caleb nodded, pressing a handful of grapes into his brother's palms. "Let this be our sign," he said. "A land where honey is found in the lips of its people." Midday found one patrol at the vineyards of Eshcol, a fertile ridge overlooking the Jezreel Valley. There, at the edge of a cultivated field, cluster upon cluster of grapes dangled heavy and ripe. Two scouts, grizzled men from the tribe of Reuben, took long poles they had fashioned and tied a bunch to each end. When they lifted their shafts, the combined weight tested even their strength. Others filled baskets with figs and pomegranates, their skins a vivid tapestry of red, gold, and purple. Laying down their packs, they sampled the fruit, savoring its rich sweetness and whispering prayers of gratitude to the God who had led them to this land. Beyond the orchards, their path led into valleys of wild grains, barley and wheat swaying beneath the sun, and into groves of date palms whose fronds whispered overhead. Here, at midday, they rested beneath the shade, sharing water and giving thanks for cooling breeze. They spoke quietly of the cities they had glimpsed, Hazor's high walls, Bethel's distant towers, and the fortified strongholds of the Amalekites to the south. "The land is indeed good," one scout confessed, "yet the people are strong and their cities formidable." His companions nodded, wrestling with the tension between promise and peril. As afternoon waned, the scouts climbed a ridge overlooking Hebron, ancient Kiriath Arba, where Mamre's oaks stood like sentinels. From this vantage, the land of Canaan stretched in a patchwork of green fields, terraced hills, and distant blue haze. Joshua stood at the peak, staff in hand, and gazed across the plain. "The Lord has given us a vision of his promise," he said quietly. "Let us carry it back to our people with courage." Below them, the clip-clop of horses' hooves sounded. A patrol of Edomite riders passed through a mountain pass, their eyes curious as they watched the Israelite strangers. Scouts remained still, hearts pounding, until the riders passed beyond sight. Late in the day, the scouts navigated through narrow gullies and steep ravines, pausing only to drink from hidden springs or to rest upon flat rocks warmed by the sun. Shadows lengthened, and the air cooled as they descended toward the rendezvous point at the mouth of the gorge. One by one they arrived, laden with produce and laden with stories. Their faces glowed with the day's labors, sweat, dust, and wonder mingling beneath tired eyes. Joshua was the first to speak. "We have come from the land that the Lord has given us. Behold its fruit." With those words, the two heavy poles were lowered, and the great cluster of grapes dipped into the dusk light, as if still clinging to the whispering vines. Figs and pomegranates were laid at their feet, their vibrant hues a living mosaic of promise. Each scout shared his tale of fields of wheat, taller than a man, of honey dripping from rock faces, of stony paths where watchful men peered from city walls. Then came the sober reckoning. 10 scouts spoke of giants descendants of Anak, whose stature loomed above theirs. They told of pitiful vines underfoot, vines that would not bear if plucked by children. We seemed like grasshoppers in their sight, they confessed, shoulders bowed under unseen weight. Fear threaded their voices, and men's hands shook as they laid down their staffs. But Joshua and Caleb stood firm. Stepping forward, Joshua's voice rang clear. "Let us go up at once and occupy it, for we are well able." His eyes burned with faith. "Do not fear the people of the land," Caleb added. "They are bread for us to eat. Our God walks before us, and his banner leads the way." Silence followed, heavy as twilight. The scouts who had tasted fear exchanged uneasy glances while the faithful gathered courage from Joshua's words. Night fell, and the scouts prepared to return. They divided the fruit among their packs, enough to feed families, enough to fill the tabernacle's offerings. Joshua and Caleb, leaving nothing behind, strapped the remaining grapes to poles once more, their hearts resolute. Together they prayed beneath the stars, "O Lord, hold our hearts firm. May fear not bind our people, but faith in your promise guide every step." By early dawn, the scouts retraced their steps, across the vineyards, through the groves of oaks, over rocky ridges and through desert valleys. Each footstep bore the weight of hope and of warning. As they neared the camp, smoke curled from morning incense, and the silver trumpets sounded to gather the people. Families paused in their tasks, children pressed close to mothers, and elders leaned on staves as the strangers appeared at the tabernacle's courtyard. The sound of trumpets swelled as the scouts passed within, bearing the riches of Canaan and the burden of their words. Moses stood upon the steps of the altar, staff held high, ready to hear the report. Aaron watched at his side, the smoke of incense curling around his shoulders. The people drew near, eyes wide with curiosity and expectation. The 10 scouts spoke first of the land's abundance. "It flows with milk and honey. Here is its fruit." Mounds of grapes, figs, and pomegranates were placed at Moses' feet, and the crowd marveled at the bounty. Yet their jubilation turned to stillness as the scouts recounted the might of the inhabitants and the strength of their cities. "They are powerful," one said, voice low. "The cities are fortified and very great." There we saw the descendants of Anak. A murmur of fear rippled through the assembly. Some wept aloud, others clutched their staves in trembling hands. "If only we had died in Egypt," a mother wailed, tears falling upon her son's curls. "Should we flee again as in the wilderness?" Fathers groaned under the weight of dread. Children whimpered and clung to their skirts. The tabernacle's lamps flickered in the dusk as though unsettled by the tide of despair. Then Joshua stepped forward, his voice calm but resolute. "The land is ours. The Lord is with us. Do not fear." Caleb nodded, placing a hand upon the great cluster of grapes. "Do not rebel against the Lord. He will bring us in, and give it to us, a land flowing with milk and honey." His words, though gentle, rang with conviction. The people wavered between faith and fear, their hearts torn. Moses felt the tension crackle like lightning in the desert air. His staff tapped the stone, and he spoke in a voice both gentle and firm. "Fear not, people of Israel. The Lord will not forsake you. Yet because of your despair, you have tempted the Lord these 40 years. Your children shall enter the land, yet not you, save Caleb and Joshua alone." Gasps rose. faces paled. Moses' words cut through the gloom as a desert gale, yet they carried promise for the faithful remnant. That night, the camp lay heavy with grief and regret. Families huddled around small fires, recounting the spies' report, tears mingling with prayers for forgiveness. Joshua and Caleb remained at the tabernacle's edge, praying beneath the glow of the fire pillar. "O Lord," they cried, "strengthen our people's hearts. Grant us courage to trust in your promise." The wind whispered through the tents, as though carrying an answer on its breath. In the watches before dawn, Moses stood alone at the tabernacle's entrance. He lifted his eyes toward Sinai's summit, where no cloud stirred and no fire glowed. From that silent place he sought the Lord's voice. "How long, O Lord? Your anger burns against your people. Remember your covenant with our fathers. Deliver us once more." In the hush he heard a still, small voice. "Go speak once more to the people. Tomorrow morning they shall rise to test their hearts. Only those who show their faith shall enter the land of promise." Moses bowed in tears and rose with resolve. Throughout the camp, a new hush settled, an expectant pause before dawn's light. Children slept in anxious dreams, mothers breathed prayers in sleep. Fathers leaned on staves, praying for the morning's reckoning. And so, under Sinai's silent watch, Israel stood at the brink of choice. To trust in the Lord's promise, or to sink beneath the weight of fear. As the first rays of dawn bathed the tabernacle in gold, every heart prepared to reveal whether it would walk by faith or be bound by doubt. Each soul a vessel for the promise of milk and honey, or for the echo of wandering in the wilderness. Before the first light of dawn, the camp of Israel lay hushed under Sinai's shadow, but rest eluded many hearts. Families clustered in small groups beneath tent flaps, speaking in low tones of the spies' report. How they had brought back grapes, heavy as nests, figs bursting with sweetness, pomegranates red as dawn, and yet how fear had gripped 10 of them at the sight of fortified cities and mighty warriors. Mothers stoked small braziers to warm early porridge for their children, voices trembling as they recalled Joshua and Caleb's defiant hope. "The land is strong," they whispered, "but not beyond the Lord's power." Fathers leaned on their staffs, eyes fixed upon the tabernacle's lamps, seeking the courage to trust anew. As the first pale light touched the tents, the silver trumpet sounded, summoning all Israel to gather before the tabernacle. At the altar's steps, Moses stood, sandals dusty from prayerful pacing, his face grave yet resolute. Aaron and the 70 elders flanked him, their robes untouched by the weariness of the wilderness. The people assembled, tribes in order, families grouped beneath the covenant's banner, eager for guidance, but fearful of what the day's reckoning might bring. Moses raised his staff for silence. "Hearken, O Israel," he called in a voice clear as the mountain springs. "Yesterday, the Lord showed us the land of promise. Yet some among us gave ear to fear, forgetting the might that brought us out of Egypt. Today the Lord will test your hearts." He let his words sink in, scanning the faces turned toward him, some eyes bright with faith, others clouded by dread. "Tomorrow," he continued, "you shall go up at the first light, and enter the land. Those who trust in the Lord will walk with Joshua and Caleb. Those who cling to fear shall perish in the wilderness. 1 year for each day the spies spent searching the land." A murmur rippled through the crowd, but Moses held up his hand. "Now break camp and pitch your tents by tribes. Tonight we pray and keep watch. At dawn we shall see whose faith stands like a rock." All day the camp moved in solemn order. Levites struck the tabernacle's boards and wrapped its curtains. Priests carried the ark behind the pillar of cloud. Families gathered their flocks and fixtures, setting them beside the newly struck camp. At each station, judges stood ready to hear disputes, their staves planted in the sand, minds poised for mercy. Yet under the surface, anxiety churned. Children clung to mothers' robes, reading fear in bowed shoulders. Older men whispered of Egypt's ovens, wondering if flight were wiser than testing God once more. As the sun dipped behind distant hills and shadows spilled across the sands, the people gathered for evening offerings. The priest trimmed lamps while Moses stood before the altar, his heart heavy with the weight of so many souls. He offered up the evening lamb, its blood marking a plea for mercy upon the congregation. Grain cakes were broken and incense lifted in curling smoke, and the judges joined in low prayer, their voices weaving through the camp like threads of grace. When the last ember waned, Moses ascended the steps once more. "Stand firm tonight," he urged. "Let none depart from this assembly until the dawn reveals whose hearts trust in the living God." The people bowed and returned to their tents, but few slept. Under the flicker of oil lamps, mothers gathered their children close, whispering stories of the burning bush and the parted sea, of manna and water from the rock. "God will keep his promise," they soothed, "for he is faithful." Fathers huddled in small circles beneath acacia trees, heads bowed in prayer, voices low yet fervent. "Lord, grant us faith like Caleb's and courage like Joshua's." All through the night, the tabernacle's lamps burned on, a testament to unquenchable presence. The cloud above shimmered faintly in the starlight, and the fire pillar glowed within its folds, as though watching with them. Judges surveyed the camp, ensuring no one slipped away in fear. The silence of Sinai pressed in, deep and expectant, holding its breath until the moment of decision. At first light, a stillness overtook the plain. Then, as a gentle breeze stirred the tabernacle's hangings, the trumpets blared, 3 blasts echoing through the morning air. Families emerged from their tents, eyes lifted to Moses at the altar's base. He raised his staff once more. "Rise up, O men of faith. Go forward with Joshua and Caleb. All others, stand here beside the tabernacle, and hold fast to the Lord in prayer." Joshua and Caleb stepped forward, faces alight with resolve. Behind them, a company of faithful young and old formed ranks. Their eyes shone with quiet confidence as they raised their staves and began the ascent toward the hill where Joshua and Caleb had first stood. The land lay before them in pastoral splendor, vineyards receding into terraces, olive groves rippling in the breeze, clusters of date palms standing sentinel beside hidden springs. Meanwhile, the rest remained at the tabernacle. Moses led them in prayer. "O Lord, our rock, deliver us from despair. Though our feet remain in the wilderness, grant us strength to glorify your name. Teach our hearts to trust in your timing and to rest in your promise." The judges circled close, laying hands upon trembling shoulders. A sense of calm settled among them, as if shared faith had driven out the shadows of doubt. High upon the ridge, the scouts of faith, Joshua, Caleb, and those called by heart, pressed on. As they rounded a bend, they heard the distant murmur of an enemy's watchfire. They concealed themselves in olive groves and peered down at a Canaanite outpost, armed men pacing behind a low stone wall, torches flickering against the dark. Joshua's voice was low. "See how they despise us. This challenge only shows that we need not fear." Caleb placed a hand on his arm, and together they whispered a vow to return with the news of strongholds broken by faith. Below, the tabernacle watchers held their own vigil. As smoke curled from the menorah's golden branches, a hush moved through the assembly. Judges led hymns of praise, voices rising above the dawn. Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, his holy mountain. Even the children joined, tentative at first, then with growing boldness. Mothers set aside fear as they led the refrain. Fathers echoed each line with steady hearts. The tabernacle's lamps danced in the flickering glow, and the cloud above seemed to lean closer, as if listening. By midday, the faithful company returned. Joshua strode ahead, staff planted firmly in the soil of promise. Behind him came Caleb, carrying a single cluster of grapes harvested from the ridge. Not the two great poles of before, but a symbol of focused trust. The people cheered, their voices ringing like trumpets, and tears streamed down many faces. Their fear melted away at the sight of simple grapes and resolute faces. Moses stood at the altar steps, arms uplifted. "Behold the fruit of faith," he proclaimed. "Let none who trust in the Lord despair. Though my feet have trod these sands another day, my spirit walks with you toward the hills of promise." And as the people gathered around Joshua and Caleb, placing hands upon their staves, touching the grapes of hope, they felt a surge of courage. That evening the camp celebrated, not a victory of conquest, but a victory of faith. A feast of unleavened loaves and honeyed fruit was shared. Fires were kindled in small braziers. The tabernacle's lamps glowed bright as 1,000 stars. Priests offered a special sacrifice of thanksgiving, and incense curled into the cool night air. Around each fire, families sang, "When I am afraid, I will trust in you. In God I will praise his word. In God I have put my trust." Under Sinai's watchful heights, Israel discovered that faith did more than open gates. It bound hearts to hope and to one who never fails. As sleep claimed them at last, their dreams were filled with vineyards of promise, fortified walls dissolving before steadfast trust, and a land flowing with milk and honey, a land they would see in God's appointed time. Before the first rosy fingers of dawn touched the western hills, the camp of Israel stirred with the promise of continued journey. The flickering glow of the tabernacle's lamps still pulsed softly within the courtyard, and the pillar of cloud drifted overhead, a silent herald of the Lord's presence. Moses, his face serene yet thoughtful, stood at the entrance to the tent of meeting. Beside him, Aaron and the judges gathered, their eyes reflecting both anticipation and the weariness of weeks in the wilderness. Zipporah emerged from her tent, clasping her son's hands, and pressed warm, unleavened bread into their small palms. "Today," she whispered, "we move again toward the land of promise. Keep faith in your hearts, for our God goes before us." As the silver trumpets sounded the signal, the Levites lifted the poles of the tabernacle and began to disassemble the sacred structure with practiced care. Women folded the fine linen curtains and loaded them onto donkeys, while young men secured the boards and frames, their muscles rippling beneath simple tunics. The priests placed the ark upon its perfect staves, the cherubim's golden wings shading the mercy seat in a final salute to the sanctuary they carried. Then at Moses' word, the march began. Elders led the column, staves in hand, their robes dusted by the pale morning light. Behind them followed families in precise order, fathers bearing food provisions and implements, mothers guiding children who peered wide-eyed at the shifting panorama, and flocks of sheep and goats trailing in gentle bleating harmony. The steady rhythm of footsteps, sand crunching beneath sandals and hoofbeats, mingling with murmured hymns, wove the camp into a living tapestry of worship on the move. That first day's journey took them along the western edge of the wilderness of Zin, toward a stark plateau marked by low cliffs and scattered acacia trees. At midday, the air shimmered with heat, and the people paused beside a narrow ravine, where the embers of the tabernacle's altar still glowed faintly in the shade. The priests offered the grain and incense sacrifices as usual, fine flour, olive oil, and fragrant frankincense rising in gentle plumes above the bronze altar. Fathers gathered their children to watch, teaching them to bow heads as the smoke curled upward, carrying prayers beyond the desert sky. As the sun climbed higher, shepherds led flocks deeper into the ravine in search of scattered tufts of grass and pockets of shade. Mothers boiled clay pots of goat's milk, while children scooped handfuls of manna mixed with figs they had saved from Eshcol, tasting the sweetness of divine provision even in the desert's austerity. Judges sat beneath the sparse foliage, ready to hear any disputes over grazing rights or shelter spaces, their voices calm and measured as they reminded contestants of the Lord's commands and the necessity of mercy. Late in the afternoon, the column resumed its march. The wide expanse of the Zin Plateau yielded to rolling hills that dipped toward a wide valley beyond. As they crested a rise, the people saw before them a broad plain dotted with low shrubs and the dark outline of rugged hills at its far edge. At the plain's center lay Kadesh, a natural spring bubbling among tamarisk trees, a life-giving oasis in an otherwise parched land. A murmur of excitement rippled through the camp. Children pressed forward to glimpse the water, and mothers bowed in thanks, recalling the rock's miracle at Horeb. Yet a hush shadowed their joy. Some wondered whether Moses would again intercede for water, or whether the Lord would show them fresh wonders. That evening, when the tabernacle's framework rose once more and the lamps within were trimmed, Moses and Aaron approached the spring with measured steps. The air cooled as night fell, and the tamarisk leaves whispered overhead. Mothers and children gathered on smooth stones, waiting expectantly. Aaron lifted his hands over the water, and Moses spoke in a clear, strong voice. "Thus says the Lord, take the staff and assemble the assembly. Speak to the rock before their eyes, and it shall yield water for them." The words carried on the night breeze, and the camp leaned forward, breath held. Moses called the people together. Fathers clutched their children's hands, and women hushed their babies. All eyes upon the brothers of Levi, who stood with the staff that had parted the sea. At Moses' word, Aaron lifted the staff and struck the rock twice. A great gushing followed, as clear water spouted forth and ran down channels. Moses carved into the earth. The people pressed forward, cups and skins held out, catching the life-giving flow. Shouts of joy rose like trumpets, and children splashed feet in the shallow rivulets. Zipporah wept at the miracle, her sons dancing at her knees. But beneath the celebration lay a deeper gravity. God had commanded only to speak, not strike. Moses felt a pang of regret, for even in this act of faith, he had acted in anger when the people murmured rather than trusting fully. As the water filled their vessels and mothers blessed the Lord, Moses turned away, heart heavy. Aaron placed a hand upon his brother's shoulder, a silent gesture of solidarity and sorrow. The night's celebration carried on, but Moses withdrew to his tent to wrestle with the weight of misstep before the Lord. Early the next morning, as the camp prepared to break once more, Moses emerged with resolve etched upon his face. At the tabernacle's entrance, the judges and elders gathered around him. "The Lord has shown mercy by giving water once more," he said, voice calm yet tinged with repentance. "Yet because I did not honor him as commanded, I shall not lead you into the land of promise. This is the Lord's decree." A hush fell. Fathers tightened their grip on staves. Mothers drew their children close. Joshua's eyes shone with compassion and sorrow as he embraced Moses. "My father," he said softly, Your faith has carried us thus far. Though your path now winds apart, your legacy will guide us to the end. That day, the camp moved a short distance to the foot of the rocky hills east of Kadesh. The sun climbed high, and the tabernacle rose in ordered precision. Sacrifices were offered in the morning and again at dusk. Grain cakes lifted on incense smoke as before. The spring at Kadesh babbled beside the tabernacle, a constant reminder of both God's provision and the cost of constraint. Judges administered justice under tamarisk shade, and children played at the water's edge, their laughter an echo of hope unbroken. Despite Moses' fate, the people found renewed courage in the ongoing presence of God among them. Zipporah comforted her husband with quiet words. Your faith has stood like a rock in every trial. Your heart has held this people when fear would have carried them away. Though you do not enter the land, your faith will walk with us in every step. Moses pressed her hand, tears glistening like dew on desert grass, and felt the truth of those words warm his soul. In the watches of the night, the pillar of fire glimmered within the cloud above Kadesh, and a stillness settled over the sands. Priests kept watch, trimming lamps and offering incense for the people's intercession. Judges patrolled the encampment, ensuring peace in every tent. Children slept under mothers' arms, dreaming of rolling hills and vine-laden terraces. Fathers whispered prayers of thanksgiving for water and forgiveness, trusting that despite human frailty, God's promise remained unyielding. Before dawn broke the next day, Moses called Joshua and Eleazar from the tabernacle's inner tent. There, he gave final instructions. Lead the people forward, he said. Keep them faithful to the law written on the tablets within the ark. Guide them gently but firmly, for the Lord's promise stands true, yet the land is not yet theirs. Joshua knelt, placing his hands upon Moses' shoulders. I will not forget your words or your faith, he vowed. I will lead them in the strength God supplies. Eleazar bowed in solemn agreement, ready to bear the burden of priestly care now that Moses' role would shift. With the first glow of morning, the camp broke again. Under the banner of cloud and fire, Israel resumed its trek eastward, away from the waters of Kadesh, toward the wilderness beyond, toward valleys carved by desert winds, and ultimately toward the hills of refuge and promise. Moses watched from a high ridge as the tabernacle vanished into the haze, carried by the faithful arms of the Levites. He breathed deeply of the desert air, gratitude mingled with sorrow in his chest. Though he would not set foot upon Canaan's soil, his heart traveled its paths in faith, and his spirit soared on the wings of divine promise. And so the Exodus continued, a journey marked by miracles of water and mercy, by tests of faith and lessons of obedience. Ahead lay new trials, serpents of fire in the night, bitter waters awaiting sweetening, wandering beneath scorching skies. But beneath every trial lay the steadfast call of covenant, to trust in the one who had delivered them from Egypt, who guided by cloud and fire, and who promised that beyond the wilderness's end, a land of rest awaited the faithful, a land flowing with milk and honey, secure in the unchanging faithfulness of the Lord. The dawn wind carried a soft promise of change as the camp of Israel stirred to life once more. The eastern sky glowed faintly, as if painted with whispers of rose and lavender, and the pillars of cloud and fire stood ready to guide the people onward. Moses, wrapped once again in simple linen robes, emerged from the tent of meeting, and paused to drink in the cool morning air. Around him, the Levites gathered the poles of the tabernacle's boards, while Aaron and his sons prepared the lamps for the morning offering. Zipporah gently roused her sons, pressing cool water to their faces, and pressing pieces of unleavened bread into their small hands. Today, she whispered, we journey again, step by steady step toward the hills of promise. As the silver trumpets sounded, the people fell into their accustomed ranks. Elders first, bearing staves carved with the names of their fathers. Families next, flocks and herds, bringing up the rear. Each step raised faint clouds of sand that shimmered in the pale light. The women hummed soft hymns to keep anxious hearts calm, and children sang along in budding voices. Guide me, O thou great Jehovah, pilgrim through this barren land. I am weak, but thou art mighty. Hold me with thy powerful hand. They passed once more beyond the spring at Kadesh, leaving beneath their feet the cool stones stained with Aaron's tears and the gentle murmur of life he had drawn from rock. Ahead lay the wilderness of Zin, a land of scattered boulders, knotted shrubs, and wide vistas where the sun's heat lay heavy upon the earth. Yet beneath this arid beauty, the people pressed on, trusting in the promise carried in their hearts. By midday the heat pressed upon every shoulder and brow. The tabernacle's courtyard came alive with ritual once more. Grain offerings laid upon the bronze altar, incense kindled on the golden altar within, lamps trimmed and filled with pure oil. Judges gathered beneath acacia groves, hearing disputes over grazing rights and water shares with gentle fairness. Zipporah watched as her husband offered the morning lamb's blood, the soft spatter upon the altar's bronze a sobering reminder of the holiness required to dwell in God's presence. That afternoon, as the column resumed its march, a fretful murmur rose among the people. They once more lamented the monotony of manna and the scarcity of fresh meat. "Who will give us flesh to eat?" they complained. "We remember the fish of Egypt, the cucumbers, melons, leeks, onions, and garlic. But now our strength wanes." Their voices grew desperate as the sun climbed overhead, and even the children's hymns fell silent beneath the weight of yearning. Moses, his heart heavy, paused at the tabernacle's edge and lifted his staff in quiet prayer. He entreated the Lord, "O Lord, why have you afflicted this people? They murmur against me, and I know not how to bear their burden alone." In the hush that followed, the wind stilled, and then a gentle voice whispered upon the breeze, "Gather the assembly before me. I will cause quails to come up from the sea and cover the camp. Then you shall eat meat, and you shall be satisfied for a whole month." Relief mingled with awe in Moses' heart. He called the people together at twilight, and they waited with expectant gazes as dusk deepened into night. When the first stars emerged, a faint rustling stirred the desert air. From the eastern horizon great flocks of quails dipped upon the wind, wheeling and swirling like living clouds. By the thousands they alighted on the ground, upon the tents, even upon the tabernacle itself, until their soft cooing filled the air. Children laughed as they chased the gentle birds. Fathers and mothers gathered them in woven baskets. Moses watched with a grateful smile, remembering the promise fulfilled. Yet his spirit trembled with foreboding, for even provision by quail would test a people's gratitude. All through that night, the camp feasted. Firelight danced upon faces bright with joy as the birds were cleaned and cooked in clay ovens. The aroma of roasting quail mingled with the smoky incense of the tabernacle. Laughter and song rose in the darkness, echoing against the low hills. "O taste and see that the Lord is good, blessed is the man who trusts in him." Yet as the moon climbed high, the wind carried a shift of warning. Moses stood at the edge of the courtyard, his eyes drawn upward to the seraphim atop the mercy seat, and a quiet sorrow settled upon him. For he knew that temperance and trust must follow wonder, and that gratitude unbridled could become rebellion. Before dawn's hush, a new terror stirred among the people. Without warning, fiery serpents slithered from the rocky slopes and desert sands. their scales glittering like coals in the dawn light. They struck without mercy. Men and women, young and old, cried out as venom burned in their veins. The air filled with the hiss of snakes and the agonized groans of those bitten. Mothers clutched infants to their breasts. Fathers pressed feet against staves, but the pain consumed them. Zipporah, trembling, led her sons to the tabernacle's steps, their small voices wailing in fear. Moses, awakened by the cries, rose with urgency. He stood at the tabernacle's entrance and cried out, "Heal this people, O Lord. Have mercy on the congregation, for they have sinned." His staff glowed faintly in his grasp as he fell upon his knees in intercession. Aaron and the elders circled around, their hearts pierced by the sight of so much suffering. For a time the camp lay in darkness, broken only by the tabernacle lamps, while Moses prayed beneath Sinai's silent heights. Then, as the first ray of dawn broke, the Lord spoke to Moses from the cloud. "Make for yourself a fiery serpent and set it upon a pole. Whoever is bitten when he sees it shall live." Moses rose, his face lit by renewed hope, and called for a bronze casting. The artisans gathered, Bezalel of Judah, whose skill shaped metal as if it were living flesh, and Oholiab of Dan, whose hands held the patterns of creation. With hammers of bronze and flames of charcoal they hammered the molten metal into the likeness of a serpent, its body coiled, head lifted, tongue poised. The bronze serpent shimmered like fire, its eyes made of polished copper, reflecting the bitter terror that had come. When the image was complete, Moses climbed the tabernacle's steps and lifted the bronze serpent upon a tall pole, setting it against the fading glow of dawn. Then he spoke in a voice both gentle and strong. "Look at this and live." Word passed among the people like wind. "Look and live." And the sick and the dying pressed forward. Fathers lifted pallid hands to steady terrified children. Mothers urged trembling husbands to lift their eyes. At each gaze cast upon the serpent's form, healing streamed through veins once filled with burning venom. Cries of agony softened to sighs of relief. Groans turned to songs of praise. Zipporah wept tears of thankfulness as her sons embraced her, their faces once ashen now flush with life. All throughout that day, the camp buzzed with wonder. The tabernacle's courtyard rang with hymns of deliverance. "Let all who seek you rejoice and be glad. Let those who love your salvation say always, 'The Lord be magnified.'" Even the flocks seemed to sense the change, bleating softly at the water troughs as families dipped cups to drink. Judges settled disputes with renewed compassion, reminding contestants of divine mercy and the gift of life. Mothers prepared simple meals of bread and baked quail, their voices calm as they taught children the story that would echo through generations. At sunset, the people gathered once more at the tabernacle's edge, their hearts full of worship. Moses led the evening sacrifice, offering a lamb for atonement and incense for intercession. As the smoke curled upward, Aaron stepped forward, raising his hands in blessing. "The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace." The people stood in awe as that ancient blessing wove through the camp like golden threads. Children's eyes grew heavy as the final verse echoed against Sinai's dark silhouette. Fathers pressed foreheads to their staffs. Mothers guided infants to gentle sleep beneath the whispering wind. In the watches of the night, Moses withdrew to the tent of meeting. Beneath the mercy seat's shadow, he poured out his soul in prayer. "O Lord, you have healed us again. Grant that we may never forget your kindness, that our hearts may remain steadfast in faith. Guide our steps beyond this place, that we may journey on with courage and gratitude." The cloud above shivered faintly as if affirming his plea, and the fire pillar glowed softly, a promise of continued presence. Before dawn broke again, Joshua and Caleb approached Moses, their faces radiant with faith undimmed by fear. "Brother," Joshua said, "the people are changed. They speak now of obedience and praise." Caleb nodded, his eyes shining in the torchlight. "Lead them onward, that they may walk by the Lord's laws and enter the land prepared for them." Moses placed his hand upon each shoulder, feeling the strength of their devotion. "Go," he replied, "and lead in peace. May the Lord be with you as you guide the remnant, those whose hearts trust in his unending mercy." When the first light painted the desert sands, the camp broke once more. The tabernacle rose upon its poles, and the pillars of cloud and fire set the path ahead. The people marched, children singing softly, mothers humming lullabies, fathers lifting prayers with each step. In their midst walked Joshua and Caleb, their staves planted firmly in hope. And behind them walked Moses and Aaron, hearts lifted in thanksgiving. For even in trials of serpents and sorrow, God had shown himself faithful healer, provider, and ever-present guide, leading his people, step by step, toward the hills of promise. Before the rosy light of dawn spread across the wilderness, the camp of Israel stirred once more beneath Sinai's watchful heights. The tabernacle's lamps glowed softly within the courtyard, and a hush of reverence settled over the tents. Moses rose quietly, slipping into his simple linen robe, and breathed the cool morning air. Around him, Levites gathered the poles of the tabernacle boards. Aaron and his sons trimmed the lamps, and the judges prepared for another day of righteous service. Zipporah lifted her sons from slumber, brushing their hair gently, and pressed fresh bread and goat's milk into their small hands. "Be of good courage," she whispered, "for today we journey on, guided by the Lord's promise." As silver trumpets echoed through the camp, the people fell once more into their settled formation, elders leading, families following, flocks and herds bringing up the rear. Their path wound away from Kadesh toward Mount Hor, a rocky peak rising against the eastern sky. Though signs of God's mercy lingered in the memory of quails and waters, a solemn tone lay beneath the morning's preparations. For Moses had called his brother Aaron to stand with him one final time. Aaron, high priest for a generation, donned his golden ephod and breastplate with solemn dignity. Eleazar, his son and priestly heir, stood nearby, eyes steady with the weight of coming responsibility. By mid-morning, the tabernacle's framework lay folded and loaded upon the Levites' shoulders. The column moved steadily eastward through valleys of tamarisk and acacia, toward the foot of Mount Hor. Aaron's steps were measured yet resolute. He leaned on his brothers-in-law as they climbed over rocky ridges, each stone echoing with memories of holiness and sacrifice. Moses walked at his side, staff in hand, heart heavy with both love and grief. When they reached a plateau beneath the mountain's summit, Moses stopped and raised his staff for silence. The camp fell still. Fathers and mothers, children and elders, beasts of burden and flocks alike, seemed to pause in the hush. Joshua and Caleb stood among the judges, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Then Moses spoke with quiet authority. "This is the place where Aaron, the Lord's anointed priest, shall lay aside the garments of glory and rest. Eleazar, rise now and wear the breastplate and ephod. Carry on this sacred office before the Lord." At his word, Eleazar approached his father with trembling reverence. Aaron withdrew each piece of his finery, turban, breastplate, sash, placing them gently into Eleazar's waiting hands. The golden plate inscribed, "Holy to the Lord," he lifted from his own forehead and set in place upon his son's head. A hush deeper than night fell across the plateau, and for a moment time itself seemed to hold its breath. Moses took Aaron's hand, raising it toward the heavens. "May the Lord bless you and keep you. May he make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. May he lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace." Aaron's eyes closed at the blessing's close, and the people fell upon their faces in worship. Then, with Eleazar now vested in the garments of high priesthood, Aaron, aged yet serene, stood at the mountain's edge. Raising his staff high, he offered one final prayer of consecration. His voice wavered only once, carried away by the wind, and then he breathed his last beneath the open sky. A cloud of fragrant incense drifted from his lips, and the ground shivered softly beneath the weight of divine presence as Aaron passed from life into rest. A cry of lamentation rose across the camp. Mothers clutched children, fathers fell to their knees, elders wept in the dust. Joshua led a song of mourning. "Precious in the sight of the Lord is the death of his faithful ones." For 30 days the people mourned Aaron's passing at the foot of Mount Hor. The tabernacle stood silent, its lamps dimmed, its veil gently drawn. Judges administered justice beneath shaded canopies, but songs and sacrifices ceased. Zipporah gathered her sons, teaching them that even in sorrow, God's faithfulness endured. "Aaron served the Lord all his days," she said softly, "and now he rests with him." On the 31st morning, the clouds stirred once more, drifting down the mountain's slope and settling above the tabernacle's courtyard. Priests rekindled the lamps, Levites bore the boards upon their shoulders. Aaron's son Eleazar stood at the lever, washing his hands and feet as he took up the duties of high priest. With quiet resolve, he lifted the daily lamb's blood upon the altar's horn, the people bowing their heads in reverent affirmation of God's unbroken presence. That afternoon, the camp broke again and set a course southeast, skirting the border of Edom. Edom's king refused them passage, and so Israel journeyed eastward through the desert of Moab's plains. The valley of the Arnon River lay ahead, its deep gorge a natural boundary between lands of promise and lands of pride. Mothers guided children along narrow pathways, fathers led flocks to hidden springs. The tabernacle rose and fell like the breath of the people carried by footsteps of faith. By evening they camped beside the plains of Moab, across from Jericho's distant hills. The wide expanse lay calm beneath a violet sky, and the Jordan River's distant rush called them forward. It was here that King Sihon of the Amorites once had reigned, and the memory of Edom's refusal lingered as a shadow across the land. But now Joshua and Caleb stood ready, their hearts steeled by Aaron's legacy and by the faith that carried them through serpents and snares. That night, Moses called the judges and warriors before the tabernacle's tent. There, he spoke words of both warning and promise. "Tomorrow we cross the river. The Lord your God will deliver Sihon and his cities into your hands. Fear not their strength, for the Lord fights for you." The warriors, pride of each tribe, nodded, gripping spear shafts and prison shields. Miriam led the women in a hymn of courage. "Though we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, we will fear no evil, for the Lord is with us. His rod and his staff, they comfort us." Under the moon's pale light, the camp settled with anticipation and prayer. Mothers prepared simple meals of boiled grain, fathers sharpened swords, and children clutched staves, dreaming of the victory song at dawn. The tabernacle lamps burned bright, casting long shadows upon the sands, and the cloud above pulsed faintly, an unspoken promise that God's presence would lead them into battle. As dawn broke, Israel stood ready on the banks of the Arnon, the Jordan River glinting in the sun's first rays. The tabernacle rose at the water's edge, and priests lifted golden horns in a call for courage. Moses raised his staff and pronounced blessing upon the warriors. Go in the strength of the Lord. Let not your hearts quail, for the Lord has gone before you, and victory is his to give. Then Joshua led the charge. The warriors surged forward, shields raised, cries of "For the Lord" ringing like trumpets. The Amorite host marched from Heshbon's gates to meet them, thrusting spears and pounding shields. But at Israel's shout, a great panic seized the enemy. Their lines broke beneath the onslaught, and Israel pursued them to the banks of the Jabbok River, until not one fled. Cities fell: Ar of Moab, Beth Jeshimoth, Dibon, each stronghold taken in swift surprise. The camp of Israel watched from the safety of the tabernacle's courtyard, breathless as the news arrived. Victory was complete. That night, the camp erupted in praise. Fires blazed in circles of celebration, as priests offered thanksgiving sacrifices, and incense perfumed the air. Women danced with tambourines. Men sang of deliverance. Miriam led the song of triumph. Sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and its rider he has thrown into the sea. Children stamped feet in joy, their voices ringing beneath Sinai's silent peak. Zipporah pressed her sons close, teaching them the words that would echo through ages. Our God is mighty. His arm has rescued us. His love endures forever. On the next march, Israel turned toward Bashan to face King Og, whose iron-shod chariots threatened like living walls. But the same God who marched before them at the sea and before Sihon went with them once more. Moses encouraged the troops. Fear him not, for the Lord gives him into your hand. The battle at Edrei was brief. A thunderous charge, a cry of victory, and Og's forces were swept away. His land, from Ashtaroth to Edrei, fell into Israel's hands, and the people came laden with plunder: oxen, sheep, vineyards, and olive groves, gifts of promise from a land that now belonged to them. That evening, Israel camped once more on the plains of Moab. The tabernacle rose against the starlit Jordan beyond, and the hearts of the people swelled with both gratitude and wonder. Barley and wheat carts stood ready, grapes hung heavy on the vines they had sown, and water bubbled from hidden springs. Moses consulted with the judges and elders, planning the next steps, crossing the Jordan, claiming Jericho, and fulfilling the covenant made at Sinai. As the tabernacle's lamps were trimmed at dusk, a hush fell. Aaron's bronze serpent still stood upon its pole, a reminder of mercy given in the desert's trial. Joshua unsheathed his sword and offered a prayer for the warriors who would lead the crossing. Miriam and the women wove crowns of palm fronds, preparing for a song of triumph to resound beyond the Jordan's banks. Children's eyes grew heavy with dreams of milk and honey hills, and mothers calmed their anxieties with lullabies of faith. In the quiet watches, Moses stood at the tabernacle's entrance, staff in hand, gazing eastward at the river's silver path. He prayed for strength, wisdom, and forgiveness for the sins that had cost him entry into the land. He asked that the people not forget the lessons of the wilderness, to trust fully, to judge with mercy, and to worship with steadfast hearts. The cloud above stirred, and the fire pillar glowed warmly, signs that God's presence remained, guiding each step to come. So ended the days at Kadesh, and the deliverance at Arnon and Bashan. Ahead lay the crossing of the Jordan, the walls of Jericho, and the fulfillment of covenant promise. Yet beneath all future battles and blessings lay the unchanging truth that the Lord who parted the sea, provided manna, raised water from rock, healed the bitten, and granted victory over mighty kings, would lead his people every step of the way into rest, into freedom, and into a land flowing with milk and honey, where his name would be glorified forever. Before the first light of dawn, the camp of Israel stirred with a mixture of anticipation and reverence. The eastern sky glowed pale rose, and the mist from the Jordan's winding course drifted like a gentle veil across the meadow. The tabernacle's lamps still burned within the courtyard, their flames mirrored in the dew-washed grass. Moses, his staff in hand, stood at the riverbank with Joshua and the priests, their linen garments soft against the cool morning air. Zipporah watched from a distance, cradling her sons as the Levites arranged the tabernacle's sacred vessels upon donkeys and camels, preparing for the crossing that would carry them into the Promised Land. At Moses' word, the priests lifted the Ark of the Covenant from its staves and moved forward. Each step toward the rushing water was taken with solemn care, the trumpets of silver raised in unison. A hush fell over the throng. The waters of the Jordan, swollen by spring floods, swirled fast and wide, but when the priests' feet touched the brink, a miracle unfolded. The current slowed, eddies stilled, and a great wall of water rose on the far shore, leaving the riverbed dry. Fathers gasped, mothers drew their children close, and children's eyes widened with awe. Flames of the fire pillar flickered overhead, as if guiding the way. One by one, the priests bearing the ark stepped into the riverbed. Their robes remained dry, and neither sand nor water clung to their feet. Behind them, Joshua led the warriors across, shields raised, staves planted, while flocks and herds followed, their hoofbeats ringing clear in the stillness. The people crossed in perfect order, tribal banners held high, their voices hushed in wonder. When the last man and beast passed beyond the river, the priests lifted the ark upon the riverbank, and with a final blast of trumpets, the waters cascaded back into their channel, sweeping away every footprint. That afternoon, Israel camped at Gilgal on the east bank of the Jordan. Stones from the riverbed were gathered, 12 stones, one for each tribe, set in a circle beneath an ancient oak. Moses spoke, "These stones shall be a memorial to the people of Israel for all generations, that when your children ask, 'What do these stones mean?' you shall tell them of the day the Lord dried up the river before us." Fathers pressed small fingers into the river clay. Mothers wept softly, and children ran their hands over the smooth faces of the stones, sensing the weight of a story carried upon their shoulders. That evening, as the sun dipped low, Moses stood before the newly camped tribes and called for a solemn assembly. The men, clothed in simple tunics, gathered around the stones. There, beneath the hush of twilight and the glow of the tabernacle's lamps, he commanded that a second circumcision be performed. A generation born free in the wilderness, those who had not borne the mark of covenant in Egypt, now knelt in faith. Fathers and uncles went before their sons, pressing the sign of belonging upon their flesh and sealing them to the promise made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Mothers held infants in trembling arms, singing lullabies of hope, as their children became part of the covenant people. By midnight, the work was done. Moses and Aaron offered additional sacrifices at the bronze altar. Young bulls for peace offerings, grain mixed with oil, and fragrant incense upon the golden altar within. "This is today the Lord's Passover," Moses declared, raising his voice so all could hear. "For when we left Egypt, the Lord spared our houses, and now he brings us into his rest." The camp feasted upon roasted lamb and unleavened bread, their laughter soft beneath the stars, and the manna ceased falling, for the land now flowed with sustenance. At dawn the people broke camp once more. Under the banner of the pillars, they marched toward Jericho, its distant walls rising like ramparts of stone against the horizon. Children ran ahead, their hands full of grapes they had gathered from vines near Gilgal. Mothers picked figs and pomegranates, filling baskets with the fruit of promise. Fathers clutched their staves with steady hands, determined to carry out the command of the Lord. When they reached the plain before Jericho, Joshua summoned the priests to carry the ark. Once more, silver trumpets were lifted in the morning cool. Joshua spoke to the people in a calm voice, "March around the city once each day for 6 days. 7 priests shall carry 7 trumpets of ram's horn before the ark. On the 7th day, march around the city 7 times, and at the 7th circuit, the priests shall blow a long blast." The people listened in silent reverence, understanding that victory would come by obedience rather than force. For 6 days, Israel circled Jericho at dawn, flanked by armed men and flocks trailing behind. Each day ended with the people returning to their tents, the trumpets silent, until the next morning. Mothers sang quiet songs to their children, reminding them that God's ways often seemed strange, yet they were to trust wholly in His instructions. Fathers pressed shoulders and whispered prayers of faith, and the walls of Jericho stood unmoved like stubborn giants. On the 7th morning the air was still. The tabernacle's lamps glowed in the pre-dawn light, and the priests lifted the ark once more. The 7 priests carried the trumpets around the city 7 full times, their footsteps steady on the level ground. On the last circuit, Joshua raised his hand. "Shout," he commanded. And the people gave a great shout, a roar of faith so deep it trembled across the plains. At that moment, the walls of Jericho shook, cracks spidering across the stones, and with an earth-quaking crash, the walls tumbled down flat, exposing the city's courtyards to the sight of the Lord's army. Israel surged forward, each tribe moving in order. The warriors entered the fallen city, carrying forward the devoted things, gold, silver, bronze, and iron, into the treasury of the Lord's house. Rahab, the prostitute of Jericho, who had sheltered Israel's spies, and her family were spared, carried out with Joshua's blessing and sheltered within Israel's camp. The rest of the city was devoted to destruction as a testimony of the Lord's sovereignty. That night, the camp feasted in celebration. Fires blazed in circles of triumph. Children danced beneath the stars. Songs of victory rose at the tabernacle's gates. "Sing to the Lord a new song, for He has done marvelous things." Miriam led the women with tambourines raised high, their voices clear in the still air. Mothers pressed grapes to lips, fathers raised cups of wine, and the memory of wall marching became a storied praise for generations to come. But the victory at Jericho was followed by a stumble at Ai. Joshua, his heart full of triumph, sent only a small contingent to take the city of Ai, fearing that it would be too strong. Yet the ambush of the men of Ai struck them down, and Israel's warriors fell under their swords, leaving the people discouraged and afraid. Joshua tore his garments and fell before the ark in despair. "Alas, sovereign Lord," he cried, "why have you brought us across the Jordan, only to hand us over so that we perish at the risk of our lives?" The Lord answered Joshua, "Stand up. Why have you fallen on your face? Israel has sinned. They have violated the covenant by taking devoted things. They have coveted and stolen. Purge the evil from among you, and then I will be with you." At Moses' word, the people gathered their benches and separated the nation. Achan, son of Carmi, was found guilty. His tent revealed his stolen ingots. Joshua pronounced judgment. The man and his family were taken to the valley of Achor, stoned to death and burned, and their possessions were devoted to the Lord. After the sin was removed, the Lord's favor returned. At midday Joshua made ready a larger force, and Israel approached Ai a second time. This time he used strategy, an ambush behind the city, and a feigned retreat, yet all the credit belonged to the Lord. When Ai's defenders pursued the stragglers, the ambush fell upon their rear, and the city was taken. The entire population was slain, and Ai's spoil and livestock devoted to the Lord. That evening, Israel camped once more beneath the walls of Jericho, but their hearts beat with faith renewed. Joshua built an altar on Mount Ebal, as Moses had commanded, and offered burnt offerings. He read all the words of the law, blessings on Mount Gerizim, curses on Mount Ebal, as the entire assembly stood in silence. The word of the Lord echoed over the plains, sealing the covenant yet again in the hearts of the people. The next morning, Joshua turned northward toward Gibeon, where the people of Gibeon, fearing Israel's might, had deceived Joshua into making a treaty by claiming to come from a distant land. When the truth emerged, Joshua honored the treaty, for he had sworn by the Lord's name. The Gibeonites became woodcutters and water carriers for the assembly, their service a living reminder that God's promises and judgments must both be respected. In gratitude, the Gibeonites fed Israel's leaders, refreshing both body and spirit before the battles to come. Word reached Gibeon that 5 Amorite kings had formed an alliance to attack the city for breaking allegiance with Sihon and Og. Israel's commanders, Joshua, the tribe leaders, and their warriors, marched by night to Gibeon's relief. As dawn painted the sky, Joshua uttered a prayer for deliverance. Sun, stand still over Gibeon, and moon, over the valley of Ajalon. And the Lord answered. The sun halted in the sky, and the moon stopped, so that Israel could finish the battle in a single day. Hailstones fell from heaven, crushing the Amorite army. 5 kings were captured and executed, and victory resounded from the hills. That night, Israel camped at Gilgal once more. Their hearts overflowed with gratitude for the Lord's mighty hand. Parting water, crumbling walls, surging rivers of quails, fiery serpents turned to life, and hailstones that fell from heaven. Joshua built another memorial of 12 stones taken from the Jordan's bed, and the people prayed at the tabernacle's gates, offering sacrifices of thanksgiving and praise. Children danced, women sang, and men raised their voices in unified song. For great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised. He is to be feared above all gods. Zipporah pressed her sons close, teaching them the words of promise and victory. Remember, she said, that God fights for his own, that he is just and merciful, and that wherever he leads, he provides. As the stars emerged over Gilgal's plains, the tabernacle's lamps burned bright against the velvet sky. The cloud above shimmered faintly, and the fire pillar glowed like a beacon, reminding Israel that their God, ever present, ever faithful, would guide them step by step toward the inheritance of rest, the fulfillment of covenant, and the land flowing with milk and honey they had longed for at the journey's start. Before the first pale glimmer of dawn touched the plains of Gilgal, the camp of Israel stirred in quiet expectancy. The mist from the Jordan still clung to low hollows, and the tabernacle's lamps glowed faintly within the courtyard, a soft beacon of the Lord's abiding presence. Joshua, his robes bound in readiness, stood beside Eleazar the high priest at the edge of the camp. Around them, priests, Levites, elders, and judges prepared for one final journey together, an act of faith and thanksgiving that would carry the people into the next chapter of promise. Families stirred in their tents as mothers' voices wove soft prayers for the coming day. Children rubbed sleep from their eyes, pressing close for a parting blessing. Fathers tightened belts and hoisted food supplies upon mules and donkeys. All around, a gentle hum of anticipation rose like incense, breathing life into the slumbering camp. At dawn's first trumpet blast, the Levites lifted the tabernacle's poles, and began to assemble the sacred structure once more. For even amid conquest and settlement, worship remained the center of Israel's life. Curtains of blue, purple, and scarlet draped across acacia frames. The Ark of the Covenant was carried into its tent. Lamps were trimmed and lit, and incense was kindled, filling the air with its fragrant cloud. Zipporah pressed her sons close, smiling through tears of joy. As the people gathered for the morning sacrifice, Joshua stepped to the front of the assembled tribes beneath the tabernacle's awning. His voice, firm yet gentle, carried across the still air. Today we stand not as strangers in a strange land, but as heirs of promise come to its threshold. Many battles have carried us here. Jericho, Gibeon, Arnon, Bashan, and the Lord has been with us in every victory and every challenge. Now comes the time to divide the land among the tribes and to settle in the inheritance provided for each family. A hush of reverence fell. Even the flocks seemed to pause in their low bleating. He continued, Eleazar, you shall stand before the Lord to cast the lots as Moses commanded by the mouth of the Lord at the waters of Meribah. Divide this land by lot before the Lord. Each tribe shall receive its portion, from the wilderness plains to the mountain peaks, from the Jordan's banks to the Mediterranean shore. Eleazar, now robed in fine linen and the ephod of high priesthood, stepped forward and took from the chest of the covenant 12 small stones shaped like dice, each inscribed with a tribe's name. Under the golden morning sun, Eleazar reached into the chest and drew a lot. Asher, then Naphtali, Issachar, Zebulun, and the others, each name sounding like a promise carried upon the breeze. Joshua recorded each allotment, calling tribal leaders by name to step forward and claim their boundaries. The rich fields of the Jezreel Valley for Issachar, the forested hills of Ephraim for his descendants, the fertile hill country of Judah, the seacoast of Dan, the heights of Naphtali, the Wadi Arabah for Reuben and Gad. Mothers gasped as they realized that the vineyards of Hermon and the oil groves of Sharon belonged to their kin. Fathers smiled in gratitude, tracing the lines of rivers on their palms. As each tribe confirmed its portion, Joshua proclaimed, "The Lord has fulfilled his promise. Each of you may now gather your families and begin to settle, to cultivate the soil, to plant vineyards and to build homes. Yet remember, these allotments belong to the Lord, and every field, every olive tree, every vineyard is under his watchful eye. Observe his statutes and his commandments, that your days may be long in the land which the Lord your God gives you." Once the lots were cast and the tribes blessed, the people paused in silent thanksgiving. Then Joshua called for a moment of consecration. "Take now 12 stones from this Jordan's valley, from where the priests' feet trod the riverbed when the waters were cut off. Set them up at your entrance gates, that your children may ask, 'What do these stones mean?' And you shall tell them, 'Israel crossed this Jordan on dry land into the land which the Lord your God gave us.' Families waded into the shallow edge of the river, stooping to lift smooth stones from the bedboats. Children laughed as water dripped from their hair. Elders murmured prayers of remembrance. By midday, Gilgal's 12-stone memorial stood around the camp's outer edge, a quiet yet powerful testament to the Lord's faithfulness. Under the shade of acacia trees, mothers wove garlands of wildflowers to place at each stone's base, and fathers drew water from the Jordan to wash their feet, symbolizing new beginnings in the land of promise. As the sun reached its zenith, Joshua convened the tribes for a final exhortation. His voice bore the weight of years spent in wilderness and warfare, yet shone with the warmth of Father's love. "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and strength. Therefore choose this day whom you will serve, whether the gods your ancestors served beyond the river, or the gods of the Amorites, in whose land you dwell. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord." A murmur of assent rose like a breeze through the olive branches. Men and women, young and old, nodded in unison, offering their assent as a living covenant. That evening, beneath a sky jeweled with countless stars, the camp gathered for a solemn worship at Gilgal's center. The bronze altar, polished bright by Miriam's sons, stood ready. The ram's horn trumpets were raised in trembling hands. The Levites chanted the ancient psalms, songs of David and Miriam woven into a tapestry of praise. "Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever. Let the redeemed of the Lord say so, whom he has redeemed from the hand of the foe." Women raised tambourines and children clapped in time. Fathers lifted babies on their shoulders and mothers laid hands upon kneeling husbands. The cloud above shimmered faintly, and within the tabernacle, the fire pillar glowed as if joining the hymn. Incense drifted on the night air, carrying prayers of thanksgiving beyond the heavens. In the afterglow of worship, Joshua addressed the people one last time. "You have seen all that the Lord has done for you. Beware that you do not forget the covenant, that you do not turn to the gods of the nations around you, but hold fast to the Lord, that your children's children may remain in the land. Obey his voice, keep his commandments, and you shall prosper in all you undertake." He lifted his staff in blessing over each tribe in turn, from Reuben's tents by the Jordan's edge to Zebulun's hills and Dan's coastal plain. As the camp fell into the rhythm of night, families returned to their tents beneath Gilgal's 12 stiff stones. Mothers tucked children beneath woven blankets, whispering words of promise. "Remember the memorial stones and the Jordan's crossing. Remember the trumpet blasts that parted walls. Our God is faithful." Fathers prayed at the entrance, offering intercession for the days ahead. The judges stood on watch, staves in hand, ensuring the peace of the night. Before the final watch fell, Joshua withdrew to his tent, Eleazar at his side. There, Moses' successor offered a prayer of dedication. "O Lord, God of Israel, you have caused all these great deeds to be done for us. May your name be glorified in this land forever. Let me not fail in the task you have given me, but grant me compassion for your people and wisdom to lead them in the ways of truth." Eleazar laid hands upon his arm in affirmation, and in that quiet moment beneath the tabernacle's shadow, a transfer of leadership was sealed in the presence of the Almighty. At last, the camp rested. The tabernacle's lamps burned on, signifying unbroken worship. The pillars of cloud and fire settled as a guiding presence, cloud by night now at Gilgal, fire within the tent's awnings. In the hush before sleep, claimed Israel, people recalled the journey's winding path from the brick kilns of Egypt to the heights of Sinai, from wilderness trials of hunger and thirst to victories over mighty kings, from golden calves to bronze serpents, from Jordan's crossing to Jericho's walls, from Gilgal's 12 stones to the giving of land by sacred lot. And as they closed their eyes, each soul carried a quiet assurance that the God who had delivered them, guided them, and redeemed them would continue to walk with them in their settled homes, shepherding their days, guarding their nights, and ever leading them toward the fullness of rest. In those sleeping hearts lay the echoes of ancient promises, woven into the soft blanket of faith, a lullaby for a nation born in covenant and cradled by the steadfast love of the Lord their God.